morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Wyoming's congressional delegation and state political leaders are horrified and devastated by the fatal shooting of conservative political activist Charlie Kirk. Kirk, the founder of the conservative student group Turning Point USA, was speaking at Utah Valley University when a single shot rang out. U.S. Senator John Barrasso told Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker in a statement that the shooting is one of several instances of political violence impacting the United States.
Wyoming's Republican federal delegation on Wednesday spoke out very forcefully against the killing of conservative influencer Charlie Kirk. It ended up sending shockwaves through the political world. I mean, this is a figure who engaged students in regular debates. He was somebody that was making regular appearances on these college campuses, and such a tragic event obviously was forcefully condemned by these federal legislators.
Kirk visited the University of Wyoming in April as part of his American Comeback Tour, a series of events in which he engages students in debates on hot-button political and social topics. His Wednesday event at UVU was also part of that tour. If you ask the prosecutor who tried a Haitian trucker this week for killing an EMT with his truck nearly 3 years ago on I-80, 46-year-old Saviel St. Jean was trying to thread the needle through a crash scene where everyone was going too slowly for him. But if you ask St. Jean's defense attorney, the former Haitian police officer and newly trained commercial truck driver was rather navigating a chaotic scene for which Wyoming authorities should have closed the road, but didn't. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland was in the courtroom for day 5 of the trial and said St. Jean's fate is now in the hands of the jury, who have to decide which version of the events they'll side with.
We have these fiery closing arguments from the defense and the prosecution today, just very searing both sides. We have a very fastidious account from Joe Hampton, the defense attorney, and a very impassioned account from Danny Aramosby, the prosecutor. There's no deliberation going on tonight, which perhaps makes for a very long night for the defendant and the victims' families.
Closing statements ended about 4:20 p.m. Wednesday. Jurors are set to return at 8:30 a.m. Thursday for deliberations. A 5-hour standoff involving an armed Mills man who barricaded himself inside his home and fired at police has been resolved. That's how Natrona County Sheriff's Office spokesperson Kira Hett described the outcome of the hour-long event that she characterized as an active situation that closed a quarter mile of a Mills neighborhood street. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck has the story.
What we understand is that Mills police went to this residence to serve a felony warrant. The person there barricaded himself in his house. He was alone in the house. That was about 11:30, 11:15. And then at about 1 something, there was a shot fired. Police did not respond. Natrona County Special Response Team showed up, as well as Casper Police. There was a standoff until 4:30. And now the Natrona County Sheriff's Office is saying that the situation is resolved, but they're not saying how it was resolved.
The investigation is ongoing. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, Homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
Several University of Wyoming football fans are expressing frustration after facing long lines at last weekend's home opener against the University of Northern Iowa Panthers. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker spoke to several fans who had trouble just trying to get through the stadium gates.
I spoke with 3 attendees at the game who said that they dealt with long delays, short staff, and issues with getting ticketed into the stadium. Now, I spoke to a representative from the university who said that this was due to a myriad of issues, such as one of the entrance gates being closed and some staff not having the necessary training on these ticketing services. But he promised that for the big matchup this week against Utah, these issues will hopefully be smoothed out.
The Cowboys notched a convincing 31-7 win over UNI on Saturday to go 2-0 on the year. As the Cowboys look ahead to a major matchup against the 20th-ranked University of Utah Utes this Saturday, fans and university officials are hoping for a better fan experience. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
Okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Thursday, and so much happening today. Obviously, the date should tell you something. September 11th, we'll never forget. We're going to talk about that. September 11th, 2001, America under attack for the first time ever on U.S. soil. Attacked by an enemy. And a whole generation of people who have no idea. They weren't there. They don't have memories of it. And it's a memory that should be kept alive. We'll be talking about 9/11 all day today. Also, it so coincides with just absolute madness, tragedy. Charlie Kirk, political activist, founder of Turning Point, shot dead in Utah. What is going on in the world? Those will be our 2 driving topics. We've got guests to talk about both those things. We've got Cowboy State Daily regular news, which, I don't know, regular, irregular. News never stops. We got the trial of the Haitian trucker as that has gone to jury. Claire McFarland covering that. We had a 5-hour standoff as an armed man in Mills was finally taken into custody. Dale Killingbeck is on that. The Gillette Cemetery Board treasurer has noticed some odd checks written out to nonprofits. He's wondering what's going on. So are we, quite frankly, after reading the story. Game and Fish wants to protect the historic path of the pronghorn, the migration route. I thought we were already doing that, but I guess not. Game and Fish needs the governor to get on board. We'll talk a little bit about that as well. Ton of stuff going on. Let's start with a weather forecast. That's something that at least we can have assurance about, like with the world all topsy-turvy and so many unknowns. There's practically no unknowns in the weather. Not when Don Day's forecasting it. Day weather forecast, Casper. Slight chance of rain after 3. Otherwise, mostly sunny, windy, 86. Riverton, you'll top out 85 with a rain shower in the afternoon. Evanston, you might see rain. Otherwise, sunny, 71 in Evanston. Green River, 77. Just a slight chance of rain around 2 in the afternoon. Pinedale, chance of rain. Mostly sunny otherwise. Little breezy, highs in the upper 60s. 77 in Alpine with a chance of rain. Sunny elsewise. Chance of rain at DuBois, yes. Sunny until then with high 69. Jackson, chance of rain. Mostly sunny. Breezy, 72. It's thunderstorming right now in Jackson. Slight chance of rain in Thermopolis in the afternoon. Otherwise sunny, breezy, 86. Cody, you'll get to 79 today. We'll talk to a Cody police officer Get the eyes on forecast from him today. Mostly sunny, breezy in Buffalo. Highs 85. Sheridan, 87 today. Hot spot, Gillette, 89. With mostly sunny conditions, little gusty wind. Torrington, you'll challenge Gillette up there in the upper 80s, maybe 90 for Torrington, with a slight chance of afternoon rain. Chance of rain in the afternoon in Cheyenne, otherwise partly sunny, 81. Laramie, 78, with some rain in the afternoon. Rawlins, maybe rain, sunny until then, 79 the high. That's the Don Day forecast, day weather forecast. Don will join us, not today. We're so jammed with Charlie Kirk talk and reaction and comments and just what do we think about America after that. And then, of course, this is the day when America came under attack, 9/11. So we're just guest to guest to guest, back to back to back all day. We're going to move on to tomorrow, and we're going to get a special game day forecast for Laramie as University of Wyoming Cowboys host the Utah Utes. And hopefully for the fans anyway, it's a little smoother getting into the game. Jackson had a story about how tough it was. People, well, maybe you're just going to have to get there earlier. Maybe Wyoming Cowboy games have just gotten to the point where, stuff you used to be able to do 30 years ago, you can't do anymore. Like buy a $4 cup of beer. I saw that Sally Ann Shermer was lamenting the prices of things, from an overnight stay, a hotel room if you're going down to see the game. They've gone up. Ticket prices have gone up. Food everything's gone up down there in Laramie, and that's kind of the way it's going. When you're a D1 college football school, you got to keep up. And there's been improvements to the War Memorial, improvements to the stadium. Those cost money. And it's just growing pains. Wyoming is growing. The campus is growing. The football is growing. And you used to be able to get there 15 minutes before a game, breeze in, take out a $5 bill, buy a couple of beers. Those days are over. Now you better get there a half hour before the game because there's long lines. Slow ticket takers, I guess. And you're not buying anything with a $5 bill. Not much, anyway. Times have changed in Laramie for football. That story let's go right to that story. We also have, we got a lot to get to. I'm just trying to prioritize. Maybe we'll wait till tomorrow with the football story, because tomorrow we'll be closer to that Saturday football game, and we'll give you a heads up on why you better get there a little bit early. Obviously, the story of the day, Charlie Kirk. Charlie, controversial? Yeah, I guess, because in his mind, he spoke truth. And if you listen to his followers, he simply spoke truth. Conservative political activist Charlie Kirk was speaking at an event in Utah yesterday. And one shot rang out. If you've seen the video and it's online, I don't know if it's in our story. I'll look. It's just horrifying. Yeah, I don't think it is. You can see the video online. Charlie Kirk is speaking. He's actually, according to some, he's answering a question about mass shootings or violence of some kind. He's on topic. When a shot rings out, presumably, according to investigators, and the FBI is on scene, The shot came from 200 yards away at the top of a building, similar to when Trump was shot in the ear. A shot comes from a few hundred yards away. High-powered rifle, the ability to make a 200-yard shot for even average shooters has been increased. It's just devastating. Wyoming's congressional leaders, state political leaders, describing horrified, devastated by the shooting. President Trump as well. Everybody spoke out on it. It's just not the way you answer when someone has an opinion you don't agree with. We've become a nation that can't talk it out. We can't talk it out anymore. We just shout at each other and then worse, shoot at each other. 3 members of Wyoming's all-Republican congressional delegation all condemned the shooting at Utah Valley University, UVU, where Charlie was speaking. Shot rings out. People scatter. Charlie Kirk was taken to nearby Utah Valley hospital, a Utah hospital, and pronounced dead not long after. President Trump posted on Truth Social platform, the great, even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. Trump posted, no one understood or had the heart of the youth of the United States better than Charlie Kirk. Kirk was at the most credited with transforming a new generation to conservative political thinking, which is kind of bucks the trend. Usually American youth trends Democrat, but Charlie sparked a movement in youth, and it was blanketed in faith, in Christianity, and obviously in his founding of Turning Point. It had to do with the right to life effort. Cassie Craven has a great article, by the way, concerning this. If you want to read more on your peers' thoughts of what happened with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, Cassie Craven, great column in the Cowboy State Daily today. Check that out, including a quote from Governor Gordon, which I don't know the governor wrote it, but whoever wrote it, certainly it is the voice of governor. If it comes from the governor's office, that's Governor Gordon, period. But somebody penned it, somebody wrote it, somebody is the speechwriter of it, and it is eloquent. And I don't know if that's Michael Perlman. I don't know who that is in the office, but the words are perfect. And in fact, on the topic, let's go right to it. Cassie Craven quotes Governor Gordon and the governor's response to the Charlie Kirk shooting, that what can only be classified as assassination. It's not a random shot at a random victim. This is assassination. Kirk's exercising his First Amendment freedom, said Governor Gordon, and he says, quote, I and all of Wyoming condemn today's tragic killing of Charlie Kirk. Mr. Kirk leaves behind a wife, 2 beautiful children, etc. The country's founded on the Constitution. Here's the words, though, that really struck me. This is your governor, Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon. He said, the ability to speak openly on views without fear. That's what's at risk here. Political violence must never be tolerated, Governor Gordon said. We as a nation are diminished because of this senseless act. And then Cassie Craven writes, the ability to speak openly on our views without fear. People chip and chip away until someone is so powerful, all that's left to do to retaliate is to kill them. Cassie Craven writes, but a bullet cannot silence a movement. In fact, it will embolden it. A shot through the throat cannot kill what is true. The devil runs the playground, but God owns the building. Cassie Craven's article, fantastic, including a statement from the governor's office. Meanwhile, back to Trump. He ordered flags fly at half-staff across the country. Governor Gordon as well. All Wyoming flags half-staff through 6 p.m. Sunday. U.S. Senator John Barrasso said the sickening trend of political violence must end. My prayers remain with Charlie and his family. U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis, who will be on the show later, condemned the violence as well. She said today's assassination of Charlie Kirk in Utah is sickening and horrific. Representative Harriet Hageman. Charlie Kirk was attacked in a horrific, senseless act of violence while engaging in respectful dialogue on a college campus. I'm praying for him and his family. That's not the response to somebody's message you don't agree with. Obviously, throwing lead is not the response. Just shocking news yesterday. And then don't forget today also the anniversary. How many years now? The 24th. I mean, it's 2001. I can't believe it's been that long. When a plane hit one of the Twin Towers, then another plane hit, then a plane hit the Pentagon, then a plane was on the way to the White House. America was under attack on September 11th, 2001. There's no other way to put it. And Cowboy State Daily's Jimmy Orr was there, ground zero, right where it was happening. He was working in Washington, D.C. in the Bush administration when it happened. He'll never forget, but there's some that are slowly forgetting, and there's some that never knew. There's a whole generation of people that weren't born in 2001. How do you keep the memory alive? We'll talk about it with Jimmy right after this quick break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always
be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Thursday, September 11th. The date has significance. It has meaning. And for some, it has memories they'll never shake. Jimmy Orr on the show, spokesman for the White House Director of Digital Strategy for President George W. Bush, back then in another life. And Jimmy, among those who is never going to forget memories of the plane, America Under Attack. Whether it's a forgettable football game, a commonplace dinner with friends, or smells and sounds that trigger the memory, there's some things that just take you right back. Jimmy, September 11th, 2001, it was a long time ago, or it was just yesterday. How do you remember it?
Yeah, dude, it was, it's so unbelievable to me that it's 24 years ago.
Yeah.
It's stunning to me because the memories are so vivid. I republished a column that I wrote a few years ago on Cowboy State Daily, and I run it every 9/11 because it's just a unique experience that I had. But I was working at the White House as a spokesman, and I was also directing their digital strategy, and for President George W. Bush, and it was amazing, Jake. I will tell you. I mean, it was the most amazing job I've ever had in my life. I was in the White House the first 4 years of the President George W. Bush's administration. And, I started off the column by talking about the night before. And I started it off that way simply because when there is such a huge memory, such a vivid memory, you remember everything around it. And so a frequent guest of yours, Rob Wallace, I was over at Rob Wallace's house, and we were watching the Broncos game and having steaks and martinis as we did often back then, back when we were younger. And but it was a day like any other. Yesterday hearing Cheyenne, it was in the low 80s. It was hot out in DC. It was still a summer day, September 11th. It's still hot out there. And so we had a morning communications meeting every morning at 8:00 or so. And so my friend Mercy Viana, it was the Hispanic spokesperson for the president. I was the spokesperson. It was different back then for all the .coms, as they called them.
Yeah.
And so we had just left the communications meeting. We were had gone over to Starbucks on 17th Street, as we did every morning, and we walked back, and we shared an office, which anyway, we shared an office, and she went to pick up the phone, and I looked over at our TV, and I saw the commotion at the World Trade Center, and I can remember the announcer. I think it was Good Morning America, might have been the Today Show. I think it was Today Show, whoever it was, but they were speculating that it was a Cessna had lodged itself in the tower.
I remember that.
And so they still thought it was, a little plane.
Yeah.
And so I'm watching this, fascinated by it. Mercy is picked up the phone and she's talking to someone. And then as I recall in the column, I watched an absolute horror as I saw the second plane crash into the World Trade Center. I was just astonished at seeing it happen live. And so I had gone into...
And in your column, Jimmy, you had the same reaction I did. When you saw that, you thought, oh, that's a replay of what already happened. And you well, you knew it was real. You told someone else, and they're like,
right.
You.
So what I did, Jake, is I went over to my boss's office right next door.
Yeah.
Tucker Rescue. And I told Tucker a second plane hit the World Trade Center. And he's on the phone, and I can remember, and Tucker's a great guy, and he's from South Carolina. He's got South Carolina accent. And he cups the phone. He goes, "You saw a replay?"
Oh.
And I said, "No, dude, I saw a second plane." And he said, "You saw a replay." And he waved me off. And so I walked back to my office thinking, well, maybe I saw a replay. I'm questioning myself. So I go back in, and no, it wasn't. Of course, it wasn't a replay. And like 30 seconds later, Tucker pops in the office, and he goes, "You were right." He said, "We need to have an emergency communications meeting, round up the staff." And so there's about 10 of us back then in the Office of Media Affairs, which was a collection of White House spokespeople. And so we were sitting down in the office, just talking about what we had learned so far. And I had forgotten my pager. And so I went back to my office to get my pager. You always had a pager back then. We were on call. So I went to get my pager, and my buddy Rob Jennings, who was a fundraiser, also from Wyoming in Washington, D.C., and he called. And every conversation with Rob starts the same way. It starts off with "dude." So I pick up the phone, and he goes, "Dude, a plane just hit the Pentagon." And I said, "You're kidding me." And he goes, "I'm watching it burn right now." So I go back to the office, and I tell Tucker, I said, "Tucker, a plane just hit the Pentagon." And he said, "You're just full of good news today."
Yeah.
And when that happened, that's exactly when the Secret Service started bashing on the doors. We were in the old executive office building, which is that giant gray building on the White House grounds next to the White House. And they were bashing on the doors, yelling at everybody to get out. So we opened the doors, and they're telling us to run. And so we've got all these White House staffers that are running down the stairs, the old executive office building. And I can remember I'm running next to a colleague of mine telling her, "You got to run faster, man." Because what they were telling us was a plane was heading for the White House, which it was, that Shanksville plane, the one that crashed in Pennsylvania. So we're all running to get out as fast as we can. And everything is surreal at that point. You don't grasp the severity. You just know that, something horrible is happening. And so we go out to Lafayette Park, which is on the outside of the north lawn of the White House. And we're all just standing there. We have no idea what's going on. Remember, it is the internet age, but we don't have smartphones, Jake. We have Blackberries back then. Everybody's got a Blackberry, and that's it. And most of the Blackberries that we had were dumb. And so you couldn't go online to check anything. I had left my phone also in the office, so I didn't have a phone. We heard a giant explosion, and we had heard that a plane had hit or a bomb had gone off at the State Department. And so we're all standing out there. We have no idea what's going on. So we were rounded up and taken to the Chrysler building on H Street. And so we've got all these White House staffers in the Chrysler building on the 10th floor on H Street. And so we were we were assigned, there were a lot of computer stations there because it was a friend's husband's office, to just start researching what we could find. 9/11. What's the significance of 9/11? In the meantime, the Secret Service was picking off high-level people. And I can remember talking to a colleague and saying, they're not looking for us. So they picked the high-level people, took them out of there. We were just up there trying to figure out, what was going on. And we were there all day. And I can remember when I got home late that evening, and I lived on the 17th floor of an apartment building about a quarter mile away from the Pentagon. And I walked in, and my apartment was full of smoke, and the windows were closed, Jake, and the patio door was closed, and it was just because you were so close. And as I said in my column, I couldn't escape the day. And so it was, and then of course, the days and weeks after that, and a sleepless night, of course. But it was an amazing experience. And I think there were two of the most touching things that I recall. One was we went to a place called Wintergreen in Virginia that following Saturday and Sunday. And I can remember watching with Rob Wallace. I can remember watching Rob Wallace's daughter, 2 years old, playing with her blocks and setting up two buildings and having a plane smash into the World Trade Center. This little 3-year-old who didn't know what she was doing, but I can remember. I mean, it was just such a haunting memory. But dude, when the family members of Flight 93 came to visit the White House, and we were lined up along the Rose Garden, and they walked through, and we were there to thank them. And I can remember seeing this little kid. He gave me a hug, and I can remember that I was told that his dad was on that plane. And as I wrote in the column, I never felt more unworthy to get that hug. I mean, it was really difficult to remain composed when you think about these people and what they went through. So it was a harrowing experience for everybody. But those are the memories that I have from working in the White House.
Well, your memories derive from right there at ground zero. There are many that have memories from much distant. There's some that have no memories, and I want to talk about that in a minute. But first, communications. You're in communications there, digital. But what is the importance of communications when you know what hits the fan? There were rumors of a bomb. The White House website was down. How damaging is that for the psyche of the American public to all of a sudden you can't get info from it's sheer panic. Communication is everything in a disaster. And when you don't have it and you only have some of it and rumors take over, it's weird. Now, you didn't have the tech in 2001, but even with it today, communication's key in an event like that.
Yeah, like here at Cowboy State Daily, Jake, we have Brad. Brad is our tech guy,
yeah.
Right? He keeps us going, and he knows all that stuff, and he's brilliant. We're lucky to have him. So at the White House, we had a team, but the brilliant guy was George. His name was George Lewis. He was just a kid, but he was one of those kids that knew computers and everything inside and out. And so the White House website was down, and it was critical that we got that thing back up. It was critical. And the sense of panic and the appearance of defeat if we didn't have the White House website up. George was able to get it up. I don't know how he did it. He was able to tunnel in somehow and get the White House website up. And back then, all we could do is just put up the president's statements, which was enough.
Yeah.
We could try to reassure the public as best as we can. But I can remember George emailing me and me getting it through my BlackBerry that he was able to get it up shortly after. And so that was a big victory that we were able to get the website back up and operational.
Let's talk now today, 24 years later. You have the experience. You're still a young guy. You have the experience of being there. So do many Americans. They remember that day. They remember where they were. But pretty soon, there's going to be a next generation. There was a generation of Rob Wallace's young 2-3-year-old daughter who all she knows of it is she's replaying it with her toys. That's just, oh. And then there's a generation now of 22-year-olds who weren't alive then. They have no idea. What is the responsibility of the press to keep those memories there, to keep them from fading, to show the significance of what happened, America under attack? And how do we bring this to the next generation?
Well, I think, Tom Lubnow wrote about it today in his column. I don't know if you've read his column yet, but it's outstanding. And so he talks about anyone 26 and older has a memory of 9/11, but anyone younger than that, it's spotty if they have anything at all. Like Jackson, our new political reporter. I mean, he's a kid, dude. He's 24. Yeah. So, he has no memory of it. It's astonishing to think somebody that we work with doesn't have a memory. But what Tom writes about in his column, and it's just a wonderful column, is the quietest place in New York City is the 9/11 Museum. And because you go into this museum and it's just haunting, and it's solemn. And so in this hustle and bustle of New York, there's this one spot that's really quiet, and it leaves a memory. I've been to that museum too, and it's unbelievable. So I think that's it. I mean, that's part of it is, us talking today, us remembering it. I remember, when I was in seventh grade and talking about Pearl Harbor. I can remember that very well, and of course that was way before I was around. But it's the same thing. It's a seminal moment in history. And so it's a duty of people who have, lived through it to talk about it and remember it and, share their experiences.
Yeah. And I think it's a duty of news media to put it in front of our eyes again, probably, most aptly on every September 11th. Your article rerun, your column rerun is one way to do it. Tom Lubnow's. I'm going to go check that out. I did barely skim it. Yeah, that's the day we're living in today, September 11th. Jimmy, thanks for being right there on it. I mean, what a job that must have been for a young guy working for GW.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable job. It was the greatest job. It was I would love to go back. I would love to go back in time and experience it again.
Could you make security clearance again at this time and get that job back?
I don't know.
A background check.
Yeah, it was unbelievable, but it was an honor. It was a complete honor to be able to serve. Made no money at all, but it was a complete honor. It was fantastic.
Thanks for sharing your memories, September 11th. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you've got another person coming up next talking about it too.
Yes. We're going to do that all morning. Between Charlie Kirk and 9/11, nation is jolted yet again. Man.
I'm glad you mentioned Cassie's column because it was outstanding.
Outstanding. Okay. Have a great day. Have a great weekend, Jimmy. Appreciate you being on. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We'll get right back in the room with a Cody police officer serving in Afghanistan. He's got a lot to bring to the table. We'll do that right after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Thursday, September 11. This day in history, well, I mean, just that'll be an easy segment. It's like only one thing matters. September 11th. We'll find out what it meant to one officer, law enforcement officer in the Cody Police Department, as Sergeant Van Auken. Gonna join the show here in a bit, I think. At least I have him scheduled. He might be running late. Perhaps he's chasing down a bad guy, Josh Van Auken. But yeah, this day, a plane just hit the World Trade Center. I remember the first plane. The word was, this is the importance of communication. Communication, so vital. Any strategist, any military strategist will tell you one key part to war or conflict is taking down somebody's communications, because you cannot overstate how important that is and how it can throw a country into chaos. And in 2001, I mean, it wasn't like 1901. We had technology. Some we don't have like what we have today, but even in 2001, as modern era as it was, communication was vital, and it was not perfect. The small commuter plane hits World Trade Center. That was the original news. I remember that. And you thought, well, that's bad. And the plane was stuck in the building. So you're thinking, like, this little plane flew through a window. Like, how does that become the AP wire? How was that the first news? I have no idea. And then we learn, no, this is a commercial plane. And on TV, we start to see it. Somehow, somebody had video of it. And as we're trying to digest that, here comes another plane. And for many of us who are sort of paying half attention like we do, we're on the phone calling mom, dads, friends saying, are you seeing this? And on the other side of our eye, we see a plane hit a building. We're like, oh, somebody got a better footage of the first plane hitting. Somebody got a different angle. No, that was another plane hitting the other building. What the? And communication. Can we trust what we're seeing? Can we try, because the original story was a small little commuter plane hits. Now it's 2 commercial planes hitting 2 buildings. And even Jimmy Orr, who's working there in the White House, he's working there for G.W. Bush in communications, has to learn that the Pentagon has just been hit from a friend. He's got a friend, calls him. Jennings says, dude, a plane just hit the Pentagon. I mean, wouldn't you think somebody working in the White House would know that first? I guess not. Somewhere along the line, Secret Service following this, they figured it out. They pieced it together fast enough that they said, okay, 1 plane, 2 planes, World Trade Center, 3rd plane, Pentagon. And by then, Secret Service got hip to it. They're like, we're under attack. And a 4th plane is headed to the White House. Get out. That 4th plane was Flight 93, never got there thanks to a Let's Roll campaign from Americans who just, they weren't going to do it. Weren't going to tolerate it. So many aspects to that. I see one website I was reading said that the attack on the World Trade Center was meant to be symbolic of taking down America's greed and America's financial system. There was the belief that the World Trade Center was ground zero of all things that were hated by terrorists about America. Our capitalism, and mistakenly thinking taking those buildings down was going to stop, the stock market was going to stop world trade. Obviously that didn't happen. It was symbolic. And then the attack on Washington, D.C. is an attack on the United States of America. I'm not sure where Josh is. Let me read Josh is having trouble logging in. Okay. He's trying again. Well, Josh is better at chasing down criminals than maybe working technology. He's also 19 years with the Cody Police Department. You can find Sergeant Van Auken keeping the streets safe up there in Cody. But during 9/11, when it went down, you could find him in Afghanistan. He was deployed, U.S. Army Rangers Special Operations. And we wanted to talk to him about what that was like. Josh, by the way, just received a couple years ago a life-saving award for actions he took on a call for service involving an unresponsive person. So a decorated police officer with a Cody PD and a deployment post 9/11 to Afghanistan, U.S. Army Ranger. As the hunt for bin Laden was on, as soon as intelligence tied that attack to bin Laden and terrorism and all that bit. Yeah, just horrific times and the memories. What little things trigger. I mean, Jimmy's right. If you were there, if you were living at that time, September 11th, 2001, you'll never forget where you were, who you were with, even what the weather was like. Was it raining? Was it hot? All those things come back to you. And in Jimmy Orr's case, even the day before watching a meaningless football game between the Giants and Broncos. Having yet another dinner. How many dinners have you had in your life at this point? And how many have you forgotten? Almost all of them. But there's one that was significant. The dinner you had maybe the night before 9/11. The sleepless night you spent after it. Yeah, those stuff, you'll never forget those things. And every year it gets harder to tell somebody else who wasn't there, who isn't old enough to have lived through it. It gets harder and harder to relay with any kind of vividness what that day was like. I can't tell you. You could tell your average recent college grad, if you sat down with them and they said, what was September 11th like? Could you describe it adequately enough other than to say what they know? They can read in the textbooks. It was the first time America came under attack on our soil. Other than obviously the attack on Pearl Harbor. But the first time Americans in the continental U.S. were killed, innocent civilians were under attack. It's hard to describe and convey because it's hard to share our shock. We were shocked that anybody could do this. And then to find later the planning it took to do that, the sneakiness, that was planned right under our noses. Just unbelievable. Okay, do we have, we got Sean Duffy early. So I guess, we're not going to get Sergeant Van Auken. Maybe, we could slot him in later, but we are jam full today. I mean, full. We got a lot of guests on the show. We're remembering 9/11. We're also trying to piece together what our reaction is as Americans, as people, as Christians, as just non-violent people, what our reaction is to Charlie Kirk's killing. It's an assassination. They're still looking for the shooter. There were early reports. Here we go with communication again. How key is that? There were earlier reports that we had the shooter. Found the guy, middle-aged white dude. Turns out that's not the guy. That's not the shooter. There was an arrest made. There was somebody detained, but it's not the guy. And far as I know, and this could change, any minute, the shooter has not been found. Desperate attempt to find him. FBI's courts called in. They're on the scene helping local investigators. But Charlie Kirk speaking at a group at UVU University, Utah Valley University, during the talk, and supposedly as he was answering a question, he had already, I think, given his speech, his talk. He's been doing that tour that actually took him to the University of Wyoming back in April. And he was at UVU, giving the same talk, Turning Point founder, speaking on what Charlie Kirk speaks on everywhere across the country. And he, I think, was done. He was doing the Q&A session, and I think supposedly somebody was asking him about mass shootings. I heard it was about transgender mass shootings, but whatever. On the topic, it's the exact time when Charlie Kirk just violently rears back, and it becomes pretty evident looking at the video that people immediately knew what happened. You could see the blood. Charlie is down, bleeding, and the whole place, everybody's scattering. You see some men that are armed. They're not in uniform. I don't know who they were, but they try to take control of the situation. First responders get to Charlie Kirk. He was brought to a hospital, but too late. Charlie Kirk dead yesterday in that shooting. The reaction to that, we've got it from everybody, from all our delegates in Wyoming, from federal and state level. and really anybody we could reach out to and find. In fact, coming up, we got a man who was a pretty close mentor to Charlie Kirk, was on the original board, I believe, of Turning Point, founded by Charlie. So he knows Charlie Kirk pretty well. And he's just one of many millions that are hurting today, praying today for making some kind of sense out of the Charlie Kirk assassination. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, top of the hour news break for our radio affiliates. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. We'll see you on the other side of news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Saying there was no point in continuing to debate a raft of tax increases for Wyoming's online sports betting and other gaming platforms, a visibly exasperated State Senator Tara Nethercott called out Wyoming House members as being obstructionist. Then the committee abruptly adjourned on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Nethercott, chairwoman of the Select Committee on Capital Financing and Investments, said the writing was on the wall.
The committee voted against the monitoring system. Then they heard debate and voted against basically what would have been a doubling of the tax on online sports betting. Then seeing that there was really no point in going forward and talking about the other gaming related bills because they all knew they were going to fail, the committee adjourned and didn't hear the last two bills.
Nethercott said she's frustrated that the last 2 or 3 years have seen attempts to better regulate gambling and gaming, but without any results. A member of the Campbell County Cemetery District Board of Trustees is sounding the alarm over what he believes are improper payouts to several Gillette-based nonprofit groups. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that Board Treasurer Dean Baumhoff was recently surprised to learn the board allocates about $10,000 a year to local charities, which have nothing to do with cemetery operations.
He argued that this isn't necessarily the responsibility of the cemetery board, but other members of the board told me that this is just being a good neighbor. Now, if the cemetery board is going to receive tax dollars from the community, they argued that they should be reinvesting in their community and being a good neighbor. And I spoke to one Campbell County commissioner that said that this issue might be worth taking a look at for a potential misuse of taxpayer dollars.
While the money represents a small portion of the cemetery district's $44 million budget, Baumhoff said this money would be better used for cemetery beautification and hiring maintenance workers. The Interior Department announced Wednesday it intends to get rid of a 2024 Bureau of Land Management conservation rule, a move welcomed by Wyoming's congressional delegation and condemned by environmentalists. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that the regulation, which is officially called the Conservation and Landscape Health Rule, was characterized by Wyoming's congressional delegation as yet another example of government overreach that fails to reflect the interests of rural Westerners and the region's backbone industries such as energy and livestock.
What it actually currently does is it allows the government to close off hundreds of thousands of acres of public lands under Interior's control to oil and gas, coal, grazing, and even recreational uses, along with timber harvesting. So it basically cuts out all uses of land in order to restore the landscape. Wyoming's lawmakers saw this as just another example of overreach from Washington, people not knowing about these industries and about cattle and livestock raising generally.
In the wake of Interior Secretary Doug Burgum's announcement, the next step is a 60-day comment period on the proposed repeal. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, Homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
After hearing hours of testimony overwhelmingly in favor of protecting the path of the pronghorn antelope migration route, the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission on Wednesday voted to recognize it as a designated migration corridor. The path of the pronghorn is a network of migratory routes that thousands of antelope trek every spring and fall as they move between summer and winter ranges. However, Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the authority to designate the path of the pronghorn as a protected protected migratory route doesn't rest with the commission, but instead with Governor Mark Gordon.
It's a significant chunk of land and really important for tens of thousands of antelope as they move back and forth. And the testimony before the Game and Fish Commission was overwhelmingly in favor of going ahead with that designation, Wyoming recognizing it as a protected migration corridor. Now, this is just a first step. The commission doesn't have the authority to officially make that designation. That falls on the governor.
The next step will most likely be for Governor Gordon to appoint a working group to delve into the details of a possible designation. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on a Thursday, September 11th, 9/11, of course. We've been reminiscing on that front, but America also double shocked today to learn of many of us waking up to the knowledge that Charlie Kirk was assassinated yesterday in Utah. Just unthinkable. And we have Sean Duffy on. Sean, there are many reasons we could have you on this show. Myriad reasons. I mean, you are the most important man maybe people don't know. I'm reading your bio, Sean, and I just finally finished it. There's photos of you with everyone who's anyone, and you have done everything, mostly with a shotgun.
Well, I've been extremely fortunate. I've had a very interesting life, and I don't know how it could have been more interesting, but it was certainly my pleasure to bump into a young man in his teenage years named Charlie Kirk, who is one of the finest young men I've ever known. And quite frankly, if the universe were to allow us to be able to pick our own son, Charlie would have been one of the young men I would have picked to be my son. The world has lost a hero, a patriot. It couldn't be a finer young man, just straight as an arrow in all things that he did.
Lofty words from Sean Duffy. Sean, take us back to when and why. What were the circumstances meeting Charlie Kirk? Your first impressions you kind of touched on. What? How did you bump into him? How was the meeting, and who was he then?
You ever heard of Safari Club International?
Yes.
Charlie had a friend in Illinois. His name is Mike Miller, and he was a jeweler. And he would display and sell jewelry at Safari Club International. Happened to be a great friend of my mother's. The two of them were chatting. My mother brought me over and said, "You've got to meet this kid." And Mike is a friend of mine as well. And Charlie hit me right off the bat as a kid that was going to change the world. And it is my considered opinion today, had he gone further, he would have been the president of the United States at some point.
He was on that kind of trajectory. So there was something about him even then. He had something.
Well, when we first sat down to visit, he told me about, being the captain of the baseball team and the captain of the football team and a straight A student. And his dream was to get into West Point. So he applied and he was quoted out by a young female of color. And that young female also weighed 80 pounds. So she was very soon washed out. That 70-pound pack was a little heavy for her. And so when she washed out, all he did was lose his opportunity to fulfill his dream. So he came back to his parents and said, somebody's got to do something about this. And he says, I want to be the one to do it. And they said, all right, I'll tell you what, you're not going to go to college. We'll give you 3 months, the summer, and you then go ahead and pursue your dream with your college money. That is your graduation money from high school. So he's going, how am I going to do this in 3 months? He went to the Republican convention, met a fellow by the name of Foster Friess. Do you remember Foster?
I know him well. Him and I remember him, and Lynn, still see her every now and then. Yeah.
A more delightful, interesting man you'll never meet, or now that we've lost him, another dear soul that I adored. Charlie gave him that 30, 45-second elevator pitch and said, here's what's happened to me, and I want to pursue this dream. I want to get the kids who have a liberal education. They have liberal teachers. The music they listen to comes from liberals. The movies they watch are produced by liberals. But they actually have a father, a mother, an uncle, an aunt, a grandfather, grandparent who is conservative, and they kind of lean that way. But everything else in society tells them it's not okay. And so I want to give them a space as well. And Foster said, well, why don't I give you $100,000 to get started? And from then on, he learned that as a very effective method. And quite frankly, Safari Club International is also the largest concentration of wealth. When you go to that convention, the people there can help you. So he would hang out there, meet people, gain sponsors, etc. And quite frankly, we had a fundraiser one night in the hotel where we raised $35 million in a room of about 35 people.
Charlie had, and it's so hard to even say the word had as in the past, Charlie had a unique way of meeting that age group, this younger generation, where they are. If you have, a blue-haired guy, or a white-haired guy talk to the campus at UCLA Berkeley, a message probably isn't going to get through the liberal. But he sparked the younger generation with the idea that, he maybe fast forward them to their parents and grandparents thinking of conservatism. He spoke of values that maybe were so foreign to them, but it was working. He was spreading the message across college campuses, and he was getting the young people. No?
Yes. And in fact, the message was already in them, but they didn't think it was cool. They didn't think it was legit because their friends didn't think so. And he gave them a path to express what they were really feeling. I hate to tell you that I think that political correctness is like a communist or a socialist plot to get us, it's a mind control thing to get us all saying the same thing at the same time to see if we'll all go along with it or anything else. And it was to break people out of those sort of things that Charlie broke out. And what I learned, I used to stand 3 days in September down in Casper, and I'd teach kids how to shoot a shotgun. And I'd watch the kids come off the bus, and they'd head straight towards me. And then as soon as they got near me, they'd head to the 14-year-old boy standing next to me. I, as an adult, represent the enemy.
Yeah.
The kids want to learn from kids. And when you find a kid who is that cut above and knows more, if you're a smart adult, you get them to do it because they actually get the message through. And that's what Charlie was really, really good at.
Yeah, he really was. He was also, he was blunt. He was frank. He told things in a hard man. I don't know if you can call it aggressive, but he did not hold back his message. And that kind of message, if you refuse to hear it, can get you angered, if you don't know how to sit down and dialogue with a Charlie Kirk or refute some things or have it out with him verbally and exchange ideas, and if you have access to a firearm, you go to a bad place to retaliate against Charlie Kirk's message. This is what, unfortunately, America is fast becoming. I can't understand your message. I don't like it, and I'm going to silence it. That's scary.
That's actually what I believe got him killed. Not his being angry, but his being calm when others are being angry and his being logical. It frustrated the enemy so much that they had. When I saw yesterday that he'd gotten shot in the neck and throat, the symbology of that, whether he lived or died, they'd shut him up.
Yes.
They had stopped his voice. And I watched yesterday, my own grandson was on his way to that event when he got a call from one of his friends who had witnessed it and said, "Don't come." And when I heard the report of the high-powered rifle to the neck, I went, I don't need to know any more than that. He is no longer with us. Couldn't be sadder.
It couldn't be sadder for us. And I know the family is hurting, but you know, the one upside is Charlie Kirk knew where he was going when that day came, and he knows.
No doubt. No doubt. He's in a far better place. He's looking down, and he's accomplished what he needed to accomplish. You know, Elvis Presley wasn't meant to get old. John F. Kennedy wasn't meant to get old. Marilyn Monroe was not meant to get old. And if you recall James Dean saying, "Live fast, die young, and leave a good-looking corpse." Well, Charlie did what a man does. He came here, he accomplished his mission, he died young, left a good-looking corpse, and I will forever refer to him now as Martin Luther Kirk.
Good point, Sean. We're talking to Sean Duffy, a man who had the fortune of meeting Charlie Kirk as a youngster and saw something in him. Sean, you've met everyone. You have like 2 degrees of separation with everybody on the planet and photos with half of them.
Listen, if you've read my bio, I would not tell my stories without pictures and witnesses, because if somebody told me my stories, I wouldn't believe them.
I wouldn't believe it. And I'm like, and when I'm done, I'm like, how do I not know Sean Duffy? It's like that old joke when you see, the Sean Duffy and he's a photograph of him with the Pope, and somebody shows him the photograph and he says, I don't know who that is. And the person with the photograph says, finally, I met someone who doesn't know Sean Duffy. He said, no, the guy, I don't know who the guy is with Sean Duffy.
In the funny hat.
In the funny hat. Yeah, that joke. I mean, I slaughtered the joke, but you understand it. Yeah.
I get it.
So 2 more things, Sean. One, it's way early, and it's not really important in the scheme of things, but can we speculate? Give me an idea of the profile of the shooter when we find who this is. Who's the shooter?
You've now asked me a question perhaps beyond my ability to look into the crystal ball and know. It could have been any, it's always the single male who, never came out of his rabbit warren and decided this was the day, although it looks quite well planned, which I'm very sorry to see, because Charlie, now, by the way, Charlie and another early board member of his and myself had one little argument, and that was his security. I knew this was going to happen. I didn't know when, and my looking into a crystal ball is really good, sadly. And I said to Charlie very early, in fact, the way I got on his board was he was in his teens, and I said, Charlie, you need adult supervision. You have no idea what's coming down the pike at you. And what do kids really know? I mean, he was a very advanced old soul. However, he didn't know this sort of thing was coming. And he had security, but like John F. Kennedy, why wasn't the bubble top on the car? Why wasn't there a plate of bulletproof glass in front of him yesterday? He wanted to, commune in person with the people, and sadly, it got him killed. And I mentored him. He mentored a lot of kids. He won 2 elections, perhaps more for Mr. Trump. He kind of saved the world, in my humble opinion. And, we're going to see what's next. So you had 2 questions, and that was a weak answer to your first one.
Well, that was interesting to learn that it was Charlie Kirk's personal preference to downplay security, while you and others said, Charlie, your message is so inflammatory. You should think about security as a board member on Turning Point. Yeah, that's interesting.
I actually said, they're going to try and kill you, Charlie.
Yeah.
And the first attempt they did.
Wow.
So what was your other question, please?
Well, I'm just trying to speculate who the shooter might be, whether it was hate for Charlie and his message, or whether it's somebody trying to make a name for themselves, or is it political? I don't know.
I think it could be any of those. And to be very frank with you, Sunday before last, I was uninvited to my first barbecue over Labor Day. And they just didn't want someone of the other stripe. I happen to be in California right now. The sun hasn't come up yet. And we used to have our Republican meetings in San Francisco in a phone booth. And the truth is, the opposite number out here, they're very accepting as long as you agree with them. And if you don't agree with them, you're really not welcome. And so I didn't think people could act that way, because all political conversations that I have are at this level, same as Charlie. And, I just didn't know that people could get so wrapped up and want to kill you or not. I have a little different eye on things. I know what the people in Wyoming, Nebraska, Montana, and South Dakota are thinking. And the people that I'm surrounded by don't even know that people live in those states, let alone don't think the way that they do.
But those people are the ones that need
the message most.
They need this message the most, and maybe the only way to get it into them is something as terrible as this. You mentioned Martin Luther. You mentioned others who tragically died. It's the incident and the memory that's finally going to hopefully get the message into ears that it needs to get into that it wasn't before. Yeah. It's
Al Simpson used to talk about his mother saying that hate corrodes the vessel that carries it.
Yeah.
And that resonated with me again yesterday. Here we go again. It just happens to be one of my dearest, most personal friends. And now we have to support his wife, who, by the way, I've only met once. I met her just before COVID happened, and then lots of estrangement happened during COVID. But she's out there, got to be grieving in her. But she's 10 times Christian. She knows where Charlie is right now.
Yes. And that, you have the assurances, and Charlie does, the family does. We know, believers know where our promise lies. And yeah, even that, though, is still, it's some consolation, but the family needs prayers. They need Sean, if you reach out, please share with us that Cowboy State Daily is praying for the family. It's just horrible. It's horrible to see what America, I hope this isn't where America is headed. I hope this becomes a turning point in where America is headed, and we start going in another direction.
Well said. I would like that to be the turning point. However, I've just seen with the mayor of Chicago saying we're not going to put up with anybody enforcing laws here. I've seen what I think is going to be the same thing happening in the end of Mr. Trump's last term. Donald Trump's a very interesting man, and he just happens to be a good president. And by the way, I've known his son Donnie for years. A finest young man, just like Charlie. And I saw that Donnie was calling Charlie his little brother. As I say, he's kind of like a son to me. But they're good people. They're good moral people. And they're just trying to do the best for the country.
It's tumultuous times in America. We have to have you on again, Sean, in any capacity. I promise we won't wake you up so early next time, knowing that you're in California.
Well, I can promise it too. We've got to do things at a civilized time.
Yeah.
I'm happy to talk to you for hours. So
Never.
Thanks for being so interested in this, and thanks for having me on this morning.
Never again, says Sean. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a blessed day.
God bless you as well. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
We'll continue after these.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Thursday. Interesting discussion with Sean Duffy. Not to be confused with the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy. That Sean Duffy, by the way, also had a statement regarding the killing of Charlie Kirk. The Sean Duffy we talked to, way more interesting. I can't even... In the amount of time we have on the show this morning, I can't go through the resume, the bio of Sean Duffy, who we just had on. This guy has met, knows, has photos with everybody who's anybody in the world. He's the most interesting man in the world. And him bumping into a very young Charlie Kirk, Sean said, I saw something in that kid. He was convinced Charlie Kirk was on a trajectory to be a future president of the United States. He said Kirk was different. And his ability to connect with a younger generation, huge. I mean, he was doing that tour of the U.S., the founder of Turning Point USA. Charlie Kirk was spreading a message that had the potential to change America's thinking from the ground up, from the younger generation up. And I think that angered a lot of people, disturbed a lot of people, and it disturbed one person, that's for sure, who took up arms and shot Charlie dead yesterday during his speech in Utah. It's just shocking that we're talking about that. Representative Bill Allemond is supposed to be on the show. I had him in the Zoom room and he fell out, which does happen. I don't know why. We can blame it on Zoom, but Bill, if you're listening, watching, get back in the room. Click the link again and get back here. Representative Bill Allemond, HD 58. And he's going to talk about nuclear. And so we're going to change the subject briefly from 9/11 and Charlie Kirk to local, bar none, Wyoming. Can't get more local than bar none. And the proposed nuclear project coming there, Radiant Nuclear. Yeah, what happened to Bill? Dang, we're having the Cody Police Department, the Cody police officer, the sergeant, he couldn't get on. And we had Bill, and then he fell out of the green room. The Cowboy State Daily green room, as it is, the room you spend time in before you're on the show, is very bare bones. Some people may just get tired of waiting in there. You know, in the green room, in the Late Show, the green room for Johnny Carson back in the day was probably much more elaborate. Probably had champagne, coffee, whole bowl of M&Ms with the green ones taken out because nobody likes the green ones. But our green room is really no frills, bare bone. There's not even a seat to sit down, which when you tell Bill Allemond to sit down and shut up, he wouldn't even be able to sit down. That's reportedly what Representative Allemond was told by the mayor of Barnon. Sit down, shut up. Oh, man. I want to start with that and end with that with Representative Allemond, but I don't know. I don't know what's gone wrong there. So I guess we could. Oh, wait, there's Bill. See, all I have to do is complain and whine about it, and I get people to show up. Representative Allemond, I'm sorry, you fell out of the green room, out of the Zoom room. I don't know what happened, but you're here now. That's good.
Hey, thank you, but hey, good morning, Jake. How are you?
I'm fine. I would tell you to sit down and shut up, but you're already sitting down.
I am, but it's danged hard to get me to shut up.
I believe that.
Jake, I would like to say one thing before we get started.
Yeah.
I want to give my sincere condolences to the family of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
That was a cowardly act, and Charlie's family is huge. It goes a long ways.
Yeah.
And it was just very disturbing.
Yeah, and you know, he was speaking his conviction, exercising a constitutional right here in America, and he was changing minds. And whether you agree with him, if you did, then you're mourning. If you didn't, you at least have to agree this is not the way we solve issues in America. This is horrendous by any means.
Every day you speak your mind.
Yeah.
And I speak my mind. You're not told to sit down and shut up. I am occasionally, but you're not.
And we're not shot at. Yeah.
Yeah, neither one of us has been shot at lately. So, but no, it was a very cowardly act. And I feel so bad for his family. They've got a long road to hoe.
Well, Representative, I want to turn our talk to bar none to nuclear. I'm familiar with your background. I've seen your work in Cheyenne. Thanks for serving. That's that's kind of become a little bit of a zoo down there at the state capitol once a year. You're in the trucking industry, farming background. HD 58 represents who? What? You're in Natrona?
Edgerton, Midwest.
Okay.
Houma Hills, bar none, North Casper, Vista West, and around the airport. I've got that one down pat.
Awesome. And your constituents, some of them in bar none. So you have skin in the game, dog in the fight. You have reason to be at a bar none council meeting where they're discussing the possibility of inviting in Radiant Nuclear and doing this nuclear project. And your constituents, meanwhile, are telling you they have doubts about nuclear. They have concerns that, in fact, some don't even want it. So, for you to share that message, I think that's important. What happened with the mayor, with bar none? Is this a done deal? Were you trying to go and say, hey, my people, they say they don't like this?
To start out, this is not a done deal.
Okay.
Because state law right now will not allow this to happen. Bar none's business or Radiant's business proposal goes against state law. And that, do you understand that law?
No, please.
Unless the fuel is used on location, it cannot be buried on location. And bar none's proposal is to ship these micro generators out throughout the world and bring them back. That fuel was not spent in bar none, so it cannot be buried there under current state law.
Got that. Representative, just to catch people up. So in other words, Radiant would have whatever the container is, the size of it. They would ship out nuclear to, let's say, Warren Air Force Base. They would use it for a while till it was all spent up, and then they would ship it back to bar none and bury the spent fuel, the green ooze. And that's not allowed in state statute right now.
Yeah, and it's not green ooze.
I know.
It would be handled. I love the idea of the manufacturing, but 70% of my people in House District 58, I ran a poll.
Yeah.
70% say, no, we do not want this here. And now it's growing. Now it is, we do not want it in Wyoming. And that is, I was voted in by those people, and I will represent them.
Yeah. Now, Representative, what is it that is the pushback? Is it the fact that just having Radiant, just having a company that makes modular nuclear, is that got people worried? Or is it the storage of the spent stuff in Wyoming ground? Which is it, or both?
It is the storage. It is. We and I would love these jobs. I am a pro-business person.
Yeah.
I want these jobs to come to bar none, but we will not store it in bar none if I have anything to say about it.
Somebody's got to store it. Like, where do we, if nuclear is the future, if we like a lot of the things we see with nuclear power, and I know Wyoming's got legacy energies. We love oil, we love gas, we love coal, but the future, I mean, boy, it sure looks like the path is nuclear. We can't all say, yeah, we love it, we want it, it creates jobs, but we don't like this part of it. Who's going to take it other than, West Virginia? Or we can...
Let's just slow down, Jake. Let's slow down. We've got 500 years worth of coal sitting in Campbell County. Let's slow down. Let's make this a good program. Let's get this right the first time so we're not having problems. Let's get a national repository. Then let's look at doing this stuff. But we have 500 years of coal and a lot longer than that using natural gas. So let's just slow down. Take it easy. Let's take a breath, step back, and do this right instead of hurrying it up and doing it wrong.
Good point. The transition does not have to happen today or tomorrow or even next year. We got plenty of coal, oil, natural gas in Wyoming, and we do that better than anybody. Why are you? What do you think of these companies? In this case, Radiance, California. There's another one, BWX, whatever. There's another one in Evanston. So Gillette, Evanston, bar none, Rock Springs. There's an eagerness for these nuclear companies to get into Wyoming. They say because Wyoming knows how to do energy. Do you think there's anything unusual that all of a sudden Wyoming is the place they all want to come and do their nuclear stuff?
Well, we have the uranium, and they're getting the subsidies. And you put those two together, there is a big push for nuclear. They say it's clean, but is it? You know, we're spending billions and billions and billions of dollars every year in cleanups from past problems. And I'm told this is safe. This is the safest generation we can have. But is it? If we're spending that much money to clean it up, and we have cancer clusters in Hanford, Washington, we're having cancer clusters on our own Wind River Indian Reservation. And that wasn't from storage, that was from mining, but it's all radioactive. Whether it's mining, storage, whatever it is, it's radioactive and it's deadly.
Representative Bill Alleman, we're talking to him. He's nicknamed Mr. No Nuclear. Is that fair, Representative? Are you no nuclear or are you, wait a minute, nuclear?
I am no nuclear waste in Wyoming at this time. And that is not a fair statement that Bill Alleman is Mr. No Nuclear. I love nuclear. But we've got to slow down and handle it right and do it right the first time. We haven't done that in the past, so we need to do that now.
We know nuclear can be very safe. It's been made safe, but we know the dangers of it. You get one try at this and you got to get it right. That's what you're saying.
Well, and, unless you can walk on water, which we know there's only been one person in this whole world that could walk on water, you make mistakes. And with nuclear, you make one small mistake and there's huge consequences. And man is fallible to mistakes. We do them every day. Every day when we get up, we do make mistakes. And that's what bothers me. Let's get a little more foolproof.
All right, Bill, I appreciate you being on. I'm going to need, if you have another one of those bobbleheads of you and your cohorts in the red jackets.
You like this? Hey, can I add one thing, Jay?
Yes, sir.
We were in Dallas last week, and your Wyoming Freedom Caucus, we were at the State Freedom Caucus Convention Summit, and your State Freedom Caucus came home with the trophy for Best Freedom Caucus of the Year.
Hey.
And it's a huge trophy. It was very, very honorable to win, and it's coming home to Wyoming. It was too big to put in our suitcase. We had to tear it down and mail it.
Nice.
But it will be in the speaker's office. And stop by and see it.
I like that. There's, for a long time, the Wyoming legislator, a lot of people have pointed at the Wyoming legislation and said that that's how you do politics. That's how, we've been held up as the standard. So it's good to see that once again, we're recognized, Freedom Caucus. This is how you do lawmaking in a state. Cool.
Yep. But the national best Freedom Caucus trophy is coming home to Wyoming. It's only going to be here a year, and then we've got to earn it back because it will leave in a year if we don't earn it back. So we're going to work hard and earn it right back and keep it in Cheyenne.
I want cool whatever, wherever and whenever you put that in the showcase. I want a photo of that too. Bobblehead of you and a photo of that. Good for you guys. Thanks for all the work you do in Cheyenne. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir, and good talking to you this morning.
Have a great weekend. That's Representative Bill Alleman joining us, Mr. No Nuclear. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with much more. The Cowboy State Daily Show right after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake on a Thursday, and it's kind of a morning that we're waking up to a double whammy of news. None of it good. You know, there's slow news days, and then there's opposite of a slow news day, and that's today, as many of us in Wyoming and America waking up to news, if we didn't hear it yesterday, that conservative activist and founder of Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, shot dead at a public event in Utah yesterday. And then this is, of course, the anniversary of 9/11, 2001. America under attack. We'll get Jackie Dorothy into the conversation. And Jackie, you're in a car again. You're always on the move, you. Where are you going now?
Well, I just dropped my son off at high school. So doing the mom duty.
I see. Your son is not old enough to have experienced 9/11. So that's I guess that's where we'll start with this. I want you to, because it's the anniversary of the date, I want you, Jackie, to try to go back, remember what it was like for you. Where were you? How did you find out? And then we'll talk about how you convey that to the next generation who has no idea. You know, it's the same way people had to, dads and grandfathers had to tell kids about World War II. You know, you'll never believe it. Hitler was trying to take over the world, and World War I, and all these significant events. So where were you? 9/11, 2001. You were barely born. You were a little kid.
I wish. I was living in Spokane at the time, and I remember hearing it on the radio. We had the radio on for some reason, and that was my first experience. But what the most profound experience actually was years later. I was in Jackson and Leadership, Wyoming, and 2 of my colleagues actually survived the 9/11 attacks.
Oh.
And that had a profound effect on me because one was in the Twin Towers, and he talked about running down, and he was very much Wall Street Journal. Really, you know, he was right there in the middle of all of that corporate America. And he talked about running through the streets with his best friend or running down the stairs. And the next thing he knows, they got separated, and his friend became one of the victims of 9/11.
Because of the collapse of the
collapse of the towers.
Yeah, that was the most shocking thing. I mean, I saw the plane go into the building, and you're like, that is not normal, and that's kind of a shock. And then, but when that first building collapsed, you're like, that's impossible. A skyscraper can collapse. And what about the people that are running to it to try to save those in the building? What about the people who weren't? You know, they got out of the building, but they didn't know enough to keep getting out, like keep running. Oh, man.
Right. And so to be in the room with someone that actually survived that, and it was on 9/11 when he shared the story. So it's really all these years later still had an impact. And then another friend, a person in this class who did become a friend, he survived the Pentagon.
Oh.
His desk was right and he was talking about these series of events that happened. His dad had just given him a lecture that he wasn't taking care of himself. So he was on his way to work and stopped and said, I'm going to go to the gym instead. That was a faithful decision because later when he looked at the map, his desk was right there where the plane hit.
That's impactful or not impactful in this case. Wow, that is crazy to talk to 2 people. Yeah. And even those of us who were there, our memory starts to fade, and you think, all right, it was just the World Trade Center, it was just the Twin Towers. You forget, oh yeah, they also crashed a plane into the Pentagon, and oh yeah, another was headed for the White House, if not for the efforts of a few heroes who said, let's roll, and it's not going to happen.
Here is the amazing thing is I actually years later met a friend and here in Thermopolis, and she knew the woman that lost her husband in that let's roll scenario in the plane.
Hero.
And so you see these, yeah, absolutely. Hero all the way. Because they stopped that plane from its destination and ended up dying for their heroic act.
Yeah. So you have firsthand, you saw it, you were there, you'll never forget it. And then later even met more people that made it more real to you. But now you've got kids. There's a whole generation growing up that all they're going to know of it is old film reels, as we used to call them. It'll be something in a textbook. It'll be like, you and I with Pearl Harbor, like, okay, we know it happened, but we didn't see it, taste it, smell it. What do you tell your kids? What's that next generation going to learn from this?
Well, I guess I hadn't really thought about it much. I've talked to Nate about the story, shared with him the story about Todd and the Pentagon and these. But what is really sad is they're going to have their own stories. Because he came home from school yesterday and was saying kids were crying in the hallways because of the shooting that happened with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
And it was just to see him going through these devastating things. I think each generation will have their different impact. And it's you can't protect them from it. You can only prepare them for it.
Yeah, boy, that certainly brings to light the if you don't learn history, you're destined to repeat it, kind of thing. Like I don't know if you can prevent these tragedies, but you're right. Every generation, unfortunately, will probably have something that they'll never forget, that they were there, that affected them.
And well, what I see it as is it comes down to free speech. That's what the attacks were. It was like they didn't want America to have a voice. They didn't want us to be who we are. And that is what we need to teach our children, is what America really stands for.
Yeah.
Why we're here and why we are blessed to be here in this country.
It is. You're right, Jackie. Good point. It all comes back to freedom. I think Charlie was even wearing a T-shirt that had freedom on it, like the freedom to speak, the freedom to live your life, all the freedoms that the U.S. represents, and that we not only take for granted, but we forget about when we fight each other. We fight over whatever political ideologies. We forget how fortunate we are to live in a country that lets us fight about every issue. But hopefully we keep it civil and dialogue, and not what we saw yesterday with Charlie Kirk. My goodness.
Absolutely.
When you're not chauffeuring the kids, what are you working on over there, Jackie, in Thermopolis? Beautiful day today. Yesterday, you had the perfect day, didn't you? Was it 80s and sunny?
Oh, it was beautiful out for sure. That's where you bring the laptop out to the table and work.
Mm-hmm.
And actually what I did is that we had an old wash machine, so I brought it to a guy out here in Thermopolis. He's 87 years old, and he repairs wash machines.
He's the last guy on the planet that does that. After him, there are no one who fixes big appliances like that. So, oh, man.
So that story will be coming to you this weekend, because I had to tell the story. I mean, how cool is that he's still keeping that tradition of repairman alive?
Yeah, people we become a throwaway society. When the washing machine breaks, we throw it out because, it's almost cheaper to get a new stuff. But because the knowledge of fixing these things is gone, like that guy, he's the last one. Nobody knows how to fix this stuff. So God bless him.
I know. He does a good job. And what's fun is to watch him talk about circuit boards and sensors and all these things. It's like he's a man of the times, too.
All right. Well, I can't wait for that story. And give me his address. I'm going to ship him my dryer that stopped working.
Put it in the back of your pickup and dump it in his yard, and he'll be happy.
Wow. That'll be a good story, because that truly is a lost art and a lost, the Maytag repairman. He's gone, except for this guy. All right, Jackie.
Green coming your way.
Enjoy a fantastic bulletproof day in Thermopolis. Again, I think rain is coming, though, according to Don.
We could use it. It's a little dry.
It's
nice to have some
dry.
rain before the snow.
Totally. It's super dry. Yeah. All right. Great weekend to you. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
You bet. Jackie Dorothy, Cowboy State Daily. She's up there in Thermopolis. Be watching for that story over the weekend about the last large appliance repairman left on Earth. What a lonely feeling. Where are we going now? We could do a little bit of this day in history. Quick sneak it in here, because we got a jam-packed day. Here's what this day in history looks like. September 11th, of course. But if you go back prior to 2001, other things happened this day. 1842, Mexico sent 12,000 troops to capture San Antonio from Texas. Remember, there was a war going on. Is it Texas or is it Mexico? 1842, Mexico sends 12,000 troops to San Antonio to try to rescue back Mexico. 1890, on this day, the first election in Wyoming to elect state officers were held. That's when Francis E. Warren was elected governor. Of course, we have the F.E. Warren Air Force Base. That's named after Wyoming's first governor, elected this day in 1890. 1902, future Wyoming Governor William Bradford Ross married future Wyoming Governor Nellie Taylor Ross in Omaha, Nebraska. So, happy anniversary to the Rosses. Husband was governor and then wife became. That does not happen every day. That hardly ever happens. 1908, Lovell and Kane, Wyoming were hit by a tornado. It was this day in 1988 that the first snows of the year, early snow, put a big damper on the 1988 fires in Yellowstone National Park. They had been burning since July with no sense that anything would stop them. And it was a fortunate early season snow on this day that shut down those Yellowstone National Park fires this day in 1988. And of course, in 2001, Al-Qaeda terrorists attacked the United States. And we've been talking about that all morning. We'll continue to talk about the anniversary of 9/11 as it's become known. All that coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll continue after top of the hour news break for our radio affiliates.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Wyoming's congressional delegation and state political leaders are horrified and devastated by the fatal shooting of conservative political activist Charlie Kirk. Kirk, the founder of the conservative student group Turning Point USA, was speaking at Utah Valley University when a single shot rang out. U.S. Senator John Barrasso told Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker in a statement that the shooting is one of several instances of political violence impacting the United States.
Wyoming's Republican federal delegation on Wednesday spoke out very forcefully against the killing of conservative influencer Charlie Kirk. It ended up sending shockwaves through the political world. I mean, this is a figure who engaged students in regular debates. He was somebody that was making regular appearances on these college campuses, and such a tragic event obviously was forcefully condemned by these federal legislators.
Kirk visited the University of Wyoming in April as part of his American Comeback Tour, a series of events in which he engages students in debates on hot-button political and social topics. His Wednesday event at UVU was also part of that tour. If you ask the prosecutor who tried a Haitian trucker this week for killing an EMT with his truck nearly 3 years ago on I-80, 46-year-old Saviel St. Jean was trying to thread the needle through a crash scene where everyone was going too slowly for him. But if you ask St. Jean's defense attorney, the former Haitian police officer and newly trained commercial truck driver was rather navigating a chaotic scene for which Wyoming authorities should have closed the road, but didn't. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland was in the courtroom for day 5 of the trial and said St. Jean's fate is now in the hands of the jury, who have to decide which version of the events they'll side with.
We have these fiery closing arguments from the defense and the prosecution today, just very searing both sides. We have a very fastidious account from Joe Hampton, the defense attorney, and a very impassioned account from Danny Aramosby, the prosecutor. There's no deliberation going on tonight, which perhaps makes for a very long night for the defendant and the victims' families.
Closing statements ended about 4:20 p.m. Wednesday. Jurors are set to return at 8:30 a.m. Thursday for deliberations. A 5-hour standoff involving an armed Mills man who barricaded himself inside his home and fired at police has been resolved. That's how Natrona County Sheriff's Office spokesperson Kira Hett described the outcome of the hour-long event that she characterized as an active situation that closed a quarter mile of a Mills neighborhood street. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck has the story.
What we understand is that Mills police went to this residence to serve a felony warrant. The person there barricaded himself in his house. He was alone in the house. That was about 11:30, 11:15. And then at about 1 something, there was a shot fired. Police did not respond. Natrona County Special Response Team showed up, as well as Casper Police. There was a standoff until 4:30. And now the Natrona County Sheriff's Office is saying that the situation is resolved, but they're not saying how it was resolved.
The investigation is ongoing. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, Homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
Several University of Wyoming football fans are expressing frustration after facing long lines at last weekend's home opener against the University of Northern Iowa Panthers. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker spoke to several fans who had trouble just trying to get through the stadium gates.
I spoke with 3 attendees at the game who said that they dealt with long delays, short staff, and issues with getting ticketed into the stadium. Now, I spoke to a representative from the university who said that this was due to a myriad of issues, such as one of the entrance gates being closed and some staff not having the necessary training on these ticketing services, but he promised that for the big matchup this week against Utah, these issues will hopefully be smoothed out.
The Cowboys notched a convincing 31-7 win over UNI on Saturday to go 2-0 on the year. As the Cowboys look ahead to a major matchup against the 20th-ranked University of Utah Utes this Saturday, fans and university officials are hoping for a better fan experience. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I responded to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalization.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence.
Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree.
I'm not gonna listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Meaningful discussions today on the Cowboy State Daily. It's a somber, heavy mood today, that's for sure. Usually, my silliness and inaneness will shine through, but not today. 9/11, Charlie Kirk. Just some heavy news today we're working our way through on a Thursday. It's part of what this show is for, though. It's not all fun and games. Occasionally, we got to dig deep into some serious topics. Let's talk to Mark Hines as he pops on the show. Mark, we've been talking about 9/11 all morning. This is the anniversary of that event. You and I were around then. Barely. I don't want to give our ages away, but yeah, what?
Dude, I was in my 30s when that happened.
No,
I'm not ashamed of it. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that event, something as significant as that, just takes us back. I mean, we'll never forget where we were, what we were doing. Take me back to Mark Hines, September 11th.
What I was doing, I'd earned. I was working for the Times newspaper in Twin Falls, Idaho at the time.
Oh wow!
And I had earned. I'd worked some extra time, so I'd earned a day off, and I took the day off and went bird hunting. And I stopped by the vet's office on my way out to go bird hunting. I think I had to get medication for one of my dogs or something. And she said, "Oh, did you hear somebody flew a plane into the World Trade Center?" And I thought like a Cessna.
Yeah.
Like some moron got off track and flew a Cessna, because that had happened before. I think it happened. Somebody inadvertently flew a plane into the Empire State Building way back when. So
yeah,
whatever. Threw my, got back in the car and drove out and went bird hunting with my dogs. So it was several hours after the fact. I was driving home in the 1980 Ford LTD that I had at the time. I tell you that, a side note, that thing was one hell of a, you would not believe the places I got that 1980 Ford LTD into and out
Really?
of. One of the best hunting rigs I ever had. But anyway, I digress. And I just turned on the radio, and then I was like, "What the?" I think I turned on the radio about the time that the second tower actually collapsed, and I was gobsmacked. But yeah, that's my 9/11 story. Like I said, I wasn't even aware of it for hours and hours after
Yeah.
the fact because I was out hunting birds. So
Well,
yeah.
I'm actually glad for you that, you were blissfully unaware you were doing something you love doing instead of being glued to the TV. Like, what is going on?
Yeah.
That's just unbelievable. So I asked Jackie, she has kids, you have kids. What about the generation that wasn't there, never saw it? They have to learn about it in textbooks and watch some old videos on news. Like,
Well, my older kids were around. My three older kids were born in 92, 94, and then 95. So they were around. They were old enough to to know what, or know that something was going on. I don't know how affected they were by it. I've never really had an in-depth discussion with them. But yeah, you're right. The younger ones, for them, it's like events that took place before, for like the example, the assassinations of Kennedy or Martin Luther King Jr. I mean, I can remember, being a kid and hearing my grandparents or my folks or my uncle talking about those events, but those happened before I was born. So it kind of had a different feel to it. So I know what you're saying. Yeah.
It's just not quite as impactful. You know of them. You know they were significant and important, but you just didn't live it, feel it, see it, smell it. Like, oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's the path of the pronghorn. Let's talk about this because Game and Fish Commission on Wednesday voted to protect the network, this path of the pronghorn. I think we all know by now, thanks to University of Wyoming and the research they've done, and extensive. We got papers, research, we got a video, we got a documentary. By now, everybody's aware that the pronghorn and other animals like to move from cold, Grand Teton National Park area, Yellowstone, all the way to the Red Desert to winter. Who wouldn't? It's like us humans going to Arizona for the winter. Like, it happens.
Yeah.
I thought we already were making efforts towards protecting that. That's going to need the governor to get involved. Like, where are we with this? We should be protecting this migration route.
Well, yeah, and I don't know how far we've really dove into the minutia of it. What the Game and Fish Commission did yesterday was just kind of the first step. They said, okay, let's recommend that this be designated as an official migration route, and let's kick that forward to the governor, who is now most likely, the next step is they're going to form a working group, which is going to have representatives from all the stakeholders, energy folks, agriculture folks, hunting and conservation folks. And then they got to hash out the nitty gritty details. And it was stated more than once at that Game and Fish meeting that, it's going to be done out of, keeping the respect for private property rights and not, the intent is not to impede on agriculture or energy. Now, as some people expressed at that meeting, it's not really the state they don't trust. They are worried that the federal government could take a state declaration and use that in such a manner to say, oh, well, you don't need to graze cattle, or you don't need to drill for oil here. That remains to be seen. And, and it's, smarter people than me that are going to have to hammer those details up. Probably folks in that working group are going to have to untangle that knot. But yeah, I think, there's a pretty universal recognition of the value of that migration route and of that herd. It's really not only, it's the premier pronghorn herd in Wyoming, which makes it the premier pronghorn herd in the world. Pardon me, Jake, in the world.
Yeah. And that's what it comes down to. I mean, it's really simple. You can make these arguments that, if we really cherish a pronghorn, all of a sudden Washington, D.C. will get involved and use it to.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go down all kinds of rabbit holes. You can have oil and gas saying that the pronghorn aren't bothered by pump jacks. In fact, they love them. But it comes down to, is the pronghorn more important than this and this and this? How important is wildlife to Wyomingites? And I think whenever you ask people from Wyoming, what do you cherish most? They say wildlife and its habitat. It's hugely important to people. So that's it. If you cherish the pronghorn, then that trumps oil, gas, if that's where the migration is. It trumps, maybe there's going to have to be easements on private property. Maybe the state, WYDOT's going to have to make pathway. Like, where do you put your value? Show me the money, kind of thing. And
yeah, but I mean, it was also brought up during the meeting that the oil and gas, is the lifeblood of Wyoming too. So no, I hear what you're saying, but there's points of view on the other side of that, or maybe not even on the other side, but just from a different perspective, is that it can't be done at the expense of the energy industry. And like I said, those are the questions that working group is going to have to tackle. And there's not going to be I don't think there's going to be simple answers come out of any of it. I think that group is going to have their work cut out for them. I'll just put it that way. And you're correct. And wildlife not only people forget, wildlife not only has aesthetic, or some might say even a spiritual value. It's to be completely cynical and utterly capitalist, wildlife has huge monetary value in Wyoming, and not just in terms of the hunting, but the untold numbers of people that come here to view wildlife or see wildlife. The non-consumptive wildlife users, that pumps huge amounts of money into the Wyoming economy. So I mean, like I said, at the end of the day, we kind of have to find that balance between the sentimentality and like I said, we might even say the spiritual feelings with the practical concerns, the monetary concerns.
Yeah,
because it's
practical equals financial money. But to me, and I don't want to ambush you writing the story, but I hear a working group, and to me, that's lip service. A working group means, you acknowledge it's an issue, but nothing will ever get done. Working group. I mean, it's picking winners and losers. Is a pronghorn more important than the revenue of this pump jack? Is a pronghorn more important than that rancher putting a cow on that lease, on that, grazing lease? You're going to have to pick winners and losers. And if you do love wildlife, you're going to have to make hard decisions. And I don't know. Working.
Yeah. Well, it's not my place to have an opinion.
No, I know.
It's my place to be there and and record what other people are saying. And all I have to say is I expect those discussions to be long and lively and complex.
And I was just, the story to me, I was surprised to learn we don't yet have something concrete in place, because all we hear about is the path of the pronghorn. It's world renowned. And I thought there was already like nuts and bolts.
I think
efforts.
There are some.
Yes, there
are some protections related to mule deer and sage grouse in that area. So every time there's a energy leases and things like that, Game and Fish is at the table and they have their say. So and their primary preserving wildlife or conserving wildlife and serving people is their mission statement. So they're that's their mission as an agency. So and they are given a seat at the table when these discussions are had. So
good story, Mark Hines. Also, the kayaker from last year, I remember when this guy went missing, and I thought, boy, it was awful adventurous of him to be in a smaller craft like a kayak. Jackson Lake is a serious lake. It's big, and it's deep, and it's cold. And to be on that in any kind of weather condition with no life jacket, I'm like, dude, that's not good. We finally have. How did we even go about over a year later, even looking for the body of this missing kayak?
Yeah, as I understand it, there's that nonprofit that has the specialized sonar equipment.
Okay.
I think they took it, and if I understand correctly, the sequence of events is they, once it became, went from a rescue to a recovery. Last fall, or I think they took an initial pass and weren't able to find anything, so they came back again and said, "Okay, let's try a deeper look with our specialized sonar equipment." And that's when they were able to locate the remains. So yeah, that's what it boiled down to, is that they, hey, let's just to get some closure for the gentleman's family, and just to solve this, let's take. Let's bring our equipment back and take another look. And they were successful this time around. But yeah, you're right. I mean, that's, I canoe a lot, and I'm really, I'm skittish about, taking that thing on open. Well, heck, I was on Lewis Lake this weekend, which is,
that's a cold lake.
That's not, it's not really particularly big, but man, the wind was playing hell with me, and it wasn't that strong. When you're by yourself, solo in a canoe, it doesn't take much wind at all. I mean, I gave up. I was trying to fish. I got so tired of getting blown in circles. I just hugged the shore and went back to the loading dock, because I'm like, this is ridiculous. Because it really, literally, it is just out there blowing
the wind. Yeah. No, for you, the wind with a smaller craft was an inconvenience, but the wind can also be super dangerous. Wesley Dopkins is the guy, the 43-year-old, and I wouldn't think of trying to cross Jackson Lake with anything less seaworthy than, I don't know, a bigger boat than a kayak. That's tough. But yeah, you did talk to Cody Lockhart, Teton County Search and Rescue. He said back at the time, they wouldn't look underwater because, what's the point? They're search and rescue. I mean,
they don't have that capacity. Anyway. They don't have that equipment. And you're right. Why would that be in their purview?
Right.
Why would
they're trying to save a guy.
Their search and rescue by the time you're looking underwater, then it's probably switched to a recovery operation at that point. So
one last thing, your story about fish getting maimed by catch and release. Obviously, we've seen from whether it's fishing or hunting, there's more and more and more people, more pressure on fishing. I don't know if there's been a tremendous, I think the shift from fishing for, sustainability to put a trout on the dinner table, that was a long time ago. I think most of the fishing today is of a gaming aspect. It's become a sport. But I think there's more and more people who have come lately to fly fishing and fishing that aren't good at it. And they're not good at catch and release. And they're really tearing up fish. And it starts with the barbs. I mean, let's go single hook, barbless. But acknowledging there's more and more people and they're not doing it very well.
Yeah, I never got bit by the fly fishing bug. I mean, my dad was into fly fishing way before it was cool. Way before, and he caught fish to eat. He was old school. And he showed me around a fly rod, so I know how to use one. It just never, I understand people that there's something magical about it. It hooks people, no pun intended. And it becomes a full blown passion. I know for my dad and then my oldest sister were the ones that caught that bug in my family. I tried it a few times and said, Dad, I'm going back to spin casting. This just isn't my jam. But no, I can certainly understand the allure of fly fishing, and you are correct. It really has become the people that do it, they're way into it, and it's more of an art and a sport, and a passion than it is, I'm going to go catch me some fish for dinner. But I think there's a strong argument to, that's leaning in the direction you just pointed, that if you're going to do it, either use barbless hooks or file the barbs off your hooks, and, just be careful. Because it is, you're right. And anytime more people get into anything, it's a double-edged sword. Because it's great to see more people taking to the outdoors. It's great to see more people taking these things up. But the downside is there's more people out doing it, which is, more chance for the things that go wrong.
Yeah.
So, that's a never ending quandary. That's not going away. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Mark. I appreciate you being on. Have a great weekend.
Hey, you too.
All right. Mark Hines of the Cowboy State Daily will be right back with I'm afraid to even look who's next. We are just so jam-packed. We're coming back with somebody. You watch.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't know many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily show on a Thursday, and into the discussion, it's Tom Laycock, AARP, Wyoming's Associate State Director for Communications Advocacy. Tom, we're going to talk about AARP, but also about Social Security, because we're celebrating now, I think last August, marked 90th anniversary. 1935, Social Security. It's one of the few, I'll say, successful government ideas. The government has had lots of ideas. Social Security actually works, does it not? You've polled your own people, and it's working.
Yeah, it does, and thanks for having me this morning. We do know that Social Security isn't just popular, it's important. 69 million Americans rely on Social Security. Now in Wyoming, that number is actually 126,000. Until we got the numbers, it didn't even hit me how important this was. 126,000 people count on Social Security. Now we had a picnic this last month because, you have an anniversary of something, right? You want to throw a party. So we did.
Got hot dogs.
That's right. Did a party. We had some 250 people out. Got some Dickey's barbecue, and as we were walking through, you say, okay, hey, this is really great. Welcome. What brings you out today? What gets you excited about Social Security of all things? I was shocked at how many people said, this is my sole source of income. And so when you dig into the numbers, what that means is actually the average payment is $23,000 per year. And in Wyoming, we know that more than 41,000 residents rely on Social Security for at least 50% of their income, almost 19%. It's 90% of their income. So this is a big, big deal to a lot of people.
I saw the numbers. Social Security lifts 30,000 Wyoming seniors out of poverty every year. If not, you can't even imagine a scenario without Social Security. 41,000 Wyoming seniors say it's their primary source of income. And don't forget, Social Security, a check that you get in the mail, you go out and spend. It injects money into the economy.
$2.7 billion a year in Wyoming alone. We were able to break down what that means, that financial impact means per county. To no surprise, Laramie County has the biggest impact, $444 million per year. But even drop down to Niobrara County, where only 650 beneficiaries are there. That's $13 million a year into that economy. That's big money into Niobrara County.
Now, the great fear is, of course, Social Security is going away. Tom, what do you know about that? Right now, that's what people are fearing. That's what they hear in the news. What the heck? Things got doged. What's the future of Social Security? It's a program that's working, 90 years of working. Is it? It's not going away.
So that's well said. The good news is Social Security isn't going away. Unfortunately, folks do have that concern. We did a survey here not too long ago, and we actually found that our annual confidence survey amongst people, what level of confidence do you have in the future of Social Security, dropped by 7 percentage points since 2020, especially with younger Americans. Now, that's something that, I'm 48, right? We've said for years, it's not going to be around when I'm here. The good news is it will be, at least in some form or fashion. So we do know that if Congress doesn't act somehow, some way, by 2034, we will see diminished benefits, about 20%. So if you think about, I said earlier, in terms of, the average check per year being about 24,000, drop 20% off, you're closer to 18, 20,000 a year. And we know with where cost of living is right now, that's not going the other way. So the good news is Social Security is funded by dedicated revenues. So that's the payroll tax that you pay out. Now, unfortunately, we're paying out more than we're taking in right now.
You're telling me.
148 trillion in benefits last year was paid out. 142 trillion in revenues came in. So the trust fund is projected to be solvent until 2034. We're pushing hard for Congress to find a bipartisan solution to fully guarantee Social Security for Americans who have worked their whole lives, because that's the deal. It's your money. You've earned it. This isn't government money. This is your money.
And so you just did touch on my next question. Other than a robust mailing program where AARP reminds me often that I'm getting to a point where I can enjoy their services, what are you doing? What is AARP Wyoming doing? Tom, what are you doing? You just pick up the phone every week and remind President Trump, hey, we need Social Security. It's a good thing. What are you doing?
So we're doing a number of things. We're in addition to our general lobbying efforts, we're looking at a number of proposals that could protect and strengthen Social Security. We'd love to see lawmakers come together. We're also doing a lot of events to remind people how important this is and kind of what the next steps are. I talked about the picnic that we did here in Cheyenne last month. We've actually got another one scheduled for Sheridan, Tuesday, September 16th, from 6 to 8 at Kendrick Park. So we'll have a little live music, hot dogs, chips, and just sort of, kind of celebrate what that looks like. That's a lot of what you're seeing around the country in terms of what we're doing. We're reminding people how important this is. We're asking people if you feel this is important, go ahead and reach out to your congressman or woman, as well as your senators too. So we're facilitating that process. So that's a lot of what we're doing. We've had quite a bit of The reaction has been, as you can imagine, very robust, because this is something that people count on, and it's one of those things that you remind yourself every month how important it is to you.
It's when you think about it, 1935, genius. It's a unique program. You are kind of forced into paying for your future retirement. If not forced, many of us probably wouldn't set that money aside. But yes, money is taken out of your check. It's money you put in, and it's money that comes back to you when you're of an age to retire. How exactly is it working today? I don't know, Tom. You can retire at what age? You can retire early and get some of Social Security. How does it work when you get into your 60s?
Yeah, the later you hold off, the higher your monthly check.
Okay.
Long story short, but you can work to 60, 62 and a half, 65 or 70. And then there's so there's a point at which, it pays, depending on what your situation is, what other retirements you're taking, whether or not you're still in the workforce. Frankly, people are working a little bit longer than they have in the past. But if you can hold off taking that check right away, it does ultimately get you a bigger check month to month.
Other cultures, Native Americans, maybe some Asian cultures, they cherish their elders. In the United States, not so much. If somebody's not looking out for grandma and grandpa, what does AARP offer? I mean, it's not just money, social. It's not just a check. We got to come alongside. We got to help. We got to support an older generation to put in their time, put in their work.
Yeah, policy-wise, we're sort of at the forefront when it comes to helping our older adults with maintain long-term care. That's a biggie. So that's whether or not you're someone that needs nursing home care necessarily, or the preference of the overwhelming preference of folks is to stay in the home as long as they can. We know 80% of the people. We do surveys every couple of years. It's always between 75 and 80% of people want to stay in their home as long as they can, which means, how do we fund home services? A little bit of home health, someone maybe to come in, take out the garbage, things along those lines, because it's a huge cost savings to the state. Folks may not understand, but when you reach a Medicaid level of finances, and if you need nursing home care, you can go into a nursing home or receive home services through the state Medicaid program. Now, that costs about $150 million per year to the Medicaid program, which, remember, is a 50-50 split, state and feds. So if you can keep someone in the home longer by giving them a few little ancillary services, huge savings to the state. It's where they want to be, as long as they can. So we do a lot of that. The other big piece that we do is fraud prevention. Our members, boy, they get hammered with fraud prevention. Right now, we've got something we're working on that's a little bit unique. I don't know, have you noticed in any of your gas stations or grocery stores crypto kiosk ATMs? So we're finding that those have a tendency. So, for years we've been telling people, if somebody calls you and says, I need you to pay me with a gift card, it's probably a scam. If you get a phone call, if you get someone claiming to be from the IRS, police, whatnot, and they say, go down to Target, buy a bunch of gift cards. We need you to pay us for jury duty that you didn't go to. That still happens. But what we're finding more is scammers are using these crypto ATMs, saying, go get $10,000 out of your bank, run it into this ATM and send me the cash. And so right now, one of our focuses legislatively at the local level is, what do we do to keep our members and citizens at large safe from scammers who are using these kiosks? Because once the money goes in, it doesn't come back out.
I know. I see, my mother, and she's probably listening. I can just see it's so easy for another generation to be duped that way. It comes down to really cash is king. If you're asked to pay for anything in other than cash currency, you got to question that. No gift cards, no crypto, despite the ATMs there allowing you to do Bitcoin. I don't get Bitcoin either. But yeah, you got to be so careful. You're right. Just getting the message out regarding fraud. That's important. Thanks, Tom, for doing that. Anything else we want to get on the interwebs? Find out if you've got grandma, if you got a mother, or if you yourself listening into the show, our demographic show. We We cover the kids to the late baby boomers. So if you are ready for AARP, where do we start on the interwebs?
AARP.org. And then if you want to get local, go /WYO.
Yeah.
That's where we have all of our stuff. We have a 4-person office here in Cheyenne. We do event stuff such as the picnic. We have a community action team, which is a group of people that just like to volunteer in their community. We have one in Sheridan. We also have one here in Cheyenne that they do everything from a dinner club to a book club to volunteering to table with information about how to pick up how to register for Social Security, what it means to do for Medicare. So they do a lot of that stuff. That stuff is all available on our aarp.org /YO. We also have one that's called Wyoming Events. We do a ton of virtual events that are based out of this office. In fact, let me get you the official numbers here. We have what's, every time someone logs in, we call it an engagement. This year, as of July 31st, we've had 63,000 people log into our online events. And they're free. You don't have to be an AARP member. What we do for all. aarp.org /WY events. Everything from Sam Shumway's mom does a country line dance over Zoom. That brings in about 300 people a week. It's an absolute kill to watch. We do free yoga, things along those lines. So it's if you want to avoid the political stuff, this is easy.
Yeah.
Feel free to come in and enjoy the events.
I like that. Share a little cyberspace with AARP. If you want to do it old school face-to-face meeting Tuesday, September 16th in Sheridan, Tom Laycock will probably be the guy behind the grill serving up hamburgers. You going to be there?
I'm not. I'm actually going up the week after. We do what's called the Andrus Award every year, where we give an award to the top volunteer over the age of 50. And for the third year in a row, we have a Sheridan resident who's won it. This is Carla Creighton, who runs something called the Foster Closet. So kids or anyone in crisis who's taken on kids, when you get the kid, in a lot of cases, they're in the pajamas that they were picked up in. This is a full-on loaner closet, whatever you need, beds, clothes, shoes. She started it out of her home 8 years ago, and now it's got a downtown location in Sheridan. So good for her.
Very cool. Well, we're celebrating 90 years of Social Security, and we hope we get another 90 out of it. It's working. It's working for Wyomingites. AARP is a big part of it. Tom Laycock, Wyoming's Associate State Director, joining us. Thank you, Tom. Have a great weekend.
Thanks for the time.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues with more right after this.
Who can you turn to for news?
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Bloom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, Our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool.
Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and this morning we've been reminiscing about 9/11, the anniversary of 9/11, 24 years ago today. And we're also mourning the loss of Charlie Kirk. That happened just yesterday. Late-breaking news from our friends over at Epoch News say the rifle used in the shooting of Charlie Kirk has been recovered, a bolt-action rifle. It's what we know from our friends at Epoch. We've had the investigative journalists from Epoch Times, several of them, including their senior editor, join us on the show over the last few weeks. So we love getting our news from them. They seem to be right out front on top of things. And breaking news, Charlie Kirk assassin's rifle has been recovered by the FBI. Still looking for the shooter. And the latest from news coverage on that is officials have footage of Charlie Kirk's shooter, the suspect. It's a college-age male who blended in well with the crowd. And that's all we know now, but we have footage, so we got video. And, you know, with today's technology, face recognition, you would hope it shouldn't be long before we have an actual suspect. Although I still don't think we know who the Phillies Karen is, but, you know, that's yesterday's news at this point. High-powered bolt-action rifle was recovered from a nearby wooded area, say authorities. They are pretty certain it is the weapon used that targeted the shooting that left Kirk dead. So we have a weapon, and we have video footage of the suspect described as a college-age male who would have blended right in with all the folks that were there to listen to Charlie Kirk, the conservative influencer giving the speech at Utah Valley University. That's the latest we know. Variety is reporting that Matthew Dowd has been fired from MSNBC for comments he made in the Charlie Kirk shooting. During MSNBC's coverage of Kirk's shooting, anchor Katie Tour asked Dowd about the environment in which a shooting like this happens. Dowd responded about the incident. He said he, meaning Kirk, has been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this hate speech that's aimed at certain groups. And Dowd continued, I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that is the environment we are in. You can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place. That's the unfortunate environment we're in. These are the words of Matthew Dowd, political analyst, who has been often featured and used by MSNBC. He's been fired. Basically, Matthew Dowd is saying, when you spew hate speech, hateful things are going to happen to you. That's basically what Matthew Dowd is saying. Was the message of Charlie Kirk hateful? Charlie Kirk definitely wasn't probably speaking the majority opinion. He was reaching a younger group. He was preaching conservatism and faith-based conservatism to the younger generation who typically grow up leaning more left. He was unique in that way, but I wouldn't refer to anything Charlie Kirk was saying as hate speech. It might not have been everyone's cup of tea, but I don't see anything hateful about it. Matthew Dowd fired from MSNBC for those comments. The manhunt still underway for the person who fatally shot Charlie Kirk, the prominent conservation activist killed yesterday, shot in the throat by a high-powered rifle. We have recovered the weapon, it appears, and we do have video of the shooter. Somehow the FBI has announced they have video of the shooter described as a college-aged male. And that's all we know. We've had a lot of guests on today trying to get reaction about what they think of the Charlie Kirk shooting. The guest should include, we're hoping includes, Senator Cynthia Lummis. We've been trying to reach out to all the Wyoming delegates, and they're all super busy, as you can imagine. Senator Lummis hoping to pop on with us. We do have statements in a story, Cowboy State Daily. Jackson Walker was able to get statements from all the delegates, beginning with President Trump, who Trump announced on his Truth Social platform. He said the great, even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. Trump posted yesterday. No one understood or had the heart of the youth of the United States of America better than Charlie. I believe those are accurate words. Charlie connected with the youth of the U.S. in a unique way, like really nobody else. He was loved and admired by all. Trump went on to say, well, obviously not all. There's at least one who didn't love and admire. Trump said, especially me. And now that he is no longer with us, Trump ordered all flags in America, all U.S. flags, be flown half-mast through 6 o'clock Sunday. Governor Gordon made similar announcements that state flags as well, half-mast through Sunday at 6. U.S. Senator John Barrasso told the Cowboy State Daily, this sickening trend, Barrasso said, of political violence must end. My prayers remain with Charlie and his young family. U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis, who we hope to have on, condemned all political violence and said, today's assassination of Charlie Kirk in Utah is sickening and horrific. Charlie was a young leader, a husband, a father, someone who had visited the University of Wyoming. That was back in April. And talked and engaged with our students about the future of the country. Words of Cynthia Lummis. Representative Harriet Hageman said Kirk had not done anything to incite such violence. Charlie Kirk was attacked in a horrific, senseless act of violence, wrote Representative Harriet Hageman, while engaging in respectful dialogue on college campus. She posted this on X. I am praying for him and his family, continued Representative Hageman. Yeah, Charlie was a guy who used words. Used your words. Charlie Kirk was exactly that. That's one of the big reasons he connected with people. As he sat down and he said, You don't agree with me? You don't like Trump? You don't like this and that? Tell me why. Charlie would be the first one to sit down and debate with you. And he brought up biblical points. He brought up political points. He brought up, and he had the dialogue with you. And he was convincing that way. He convinced a lot of people. And when he didn't, Charlie Kirk didn't reach for a rifle. There were times where maybe he didn't convince you. And he said, well, I'm sorry we never got there, but at least we had the discussion. Charlie Kirk was a guy who, at every time he went to speak at these college campuses, he didn't just get on the podium and bang the podium and preach his rhetoric. The best part of his sessions were the Q&A. After, when he said, tell me what you think. You don't want to hear me just talk. And I want to hear what you think. What are your questions? What are your concerns? Where do you disagree with me? Let's talk about it. And he was good at that. A great debater, not in a way where he listened to you only while he was forming his, like he actually listened. He actually so intelligent and connected with youth. And yeah, a bullet to the throat to silence Charlie Kirk. How symbolic. As we had the guest on earlier, Sean Duffy, who had a chance to meet a young Charlie Kirk back in the day. Sean Duffy was on the board of Turning Point USA back when it was launched by Charlie Kirk. He was a mentor to Charlie, a friend of Charlie. And yeah, he acknowledged, he said, yeah, I knew from the beginning when this guy was a kid that he was going to be somebody. He just had that something. His ability to connect with people, especially a younger generation, was a gift. And Sean Duffy, who was on this show earlier, again said, he was on a path, on a trajectory, in my opinion, to be a president of the United States. That's where he was going. And Sean was the one who said, how symbolic is it that he would be shot in the throat and killed? Because that's, the way to silence what you don't want to hear is to kill, and being shot in the throat symbolic of, shutting up a message you don't want to hear. Tragic killing of Charlie Kirk yesterday. And yeah. Cynthia Lummis, running out of time for her. If we have to go over, I guess we will. But, we just have one question for her and one reason for her to be on. We want her to reiterate her words, her reaction to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Plain and simple. What does Senator Lummis think about it? And what does this mean moving forward? Is this going to be a turning point in American history, or is this just another example of where this country is spiraling down to, where we can't dialogue, we can't have meaningful discussions? If it's an opinion you don't agree with, it's hate speech. And the way to deal with that is to find a firearm. Is that where we're going? And does this incident yesterday prove that that's where we're going and accelerate us even more? Or does this incident cause us to hit the brake and turn and make a turning point and go another direction? Well, and we'll find out. Only time will tell. Senator Lummis hopefully logging on to get in here. Oh, yes. Thank goodness. See, all I have to do is talk about it, and we do get guests somehow. That's good to know. And let's get into the Zoom room. Senator Lummis, thank you. Our time is short. I just have two things for you. One, your reaction, Charlie Kirk, yesterday. It's an assassination to somebody who was speaking a worthy message.
Yeah, Charlie was unique. He created a movement. We need to continue that movement. He was teaching young men and women how to debate in a civil kind, authoritative, thoughtful manner. It was a movement. I went and spoke at a Dallas event that he had that was all women, all young girls and women. There were somewhere between 800 and 1,000 people, and they were all young women and girls. And, he'd have these events regularly and draw massive crowds of young people who were inspired by his message to articulate yourself clearly, be proud and joyous of your conservative values, and share them with people in a kind, civil manner. He will be so missed. My heart is just broken. I know a lot of us are just heavy today with the loss of Charlie Kirk.
Just shocked by the news. And you're right, because he was symbolic of let's have the discussion. You always hear the phrase, use your words. That's what Charlie was all about. Like, if we disagree, let's figure out why, and let's use your words. And he also reached a generation that, the GOP, the grand old party, has trouble reaching. You and I don't know if we can dialogue with today's college kids and get them the way Charlie did. He was onto something there. One last thing, Senator, what is this going to mean moving forward? Is this just further proof that the country is decelerating towards something awful? Like, we can't dialogue and discuss, we just can hate. Or is this a turning point that Charlie was pointing out, a turning point in American history where we finally get a wake-up call and say, we got to do that right, we got to change?
Like, we have to turn it into a turning point. We can't allow our country to continue to descend into chaos, to devolve into hatred. We have to take Charlie's message and amplify it. And we have to learn what he was teaching young people. People your and my age need to learn how to debate in a way that's civil and clear and common sense, and that goes straight to the heart of what it means to be an American. You join that with next year's 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. We have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to use this time to turn our nation around, and God help us do so.
Prayers for Charlie and his family. I know in his belief, he is somewhere he intended to be, maybe not quite this soon. And for America, I hope this is a lesson. I hope this is a point in history. Senator Lummis, thank you for taking time to get on here. We know it was tough last minute. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jake.
Have a great weekend. Cowboy State Daily, we got to bust out for news. Let's do that right now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Saying there was no point in continuing to debate a raft of tax increases for Wyoming's online sports betting and other gaming platforms, a visibly exasperated State Senator Tara Nethercott called out Wyoming House members as being obstructionist. Then the committee abruptly adjourned on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Nethercott, chairwoman of the Select Committee on Capital Financing and Investments, said the writing was on the wall.
The committee voted against the monitoring system. Then they heard debate and voted against basically what would have been a doubling of the tax on online sports betting. Then seeing that there was really no point in going forward and talking about the other gaming related bills because they all knew they were going to fail, the committee adjourned and didn't hear the last two bills.
Nethercott said she's frustrated that the last 2 or 3 years have seen attempts to better regulate gambling and gaming, but without any results. A member of the Campbell County Cemetery District Board of Trustees is sounding the alarm over what he believes are improper payouts to several Gillette-based nonprofit groups. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that Board Treasurer Dean Baumhoff was recently surprised to learn the board allocates about $10,000 a year to local charities, which have nothing to do with cemetery operations.
He argued that this isn't necessarily the responsibility of the cemetery board, but other members of the board told me that this is just being a good neighbor. Now, if the cemetery board is going to receive tax dollars from the community, they argued that they should be reinvesting in their community and being a good neighbor. And I spoke to one Campbell County commissioner that said that this issue might be worth taking a look at for a potential misuse of taxpayer dollars.
While the money represents a small portion of the cemetery district's $44 million budget, Baumhoff said this money would be better used for cemetery beautification and hiring maintenance workers. The Interior Department announced Wednesday it intends to get rid of a 2024 Bureau of Land Management conservation rule, a move welcomed by Wyoming's congressional delegation and condemned by environmentalists. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that the regulation, which is officially called the Conservation and Landscape Health Rule, was characterized by Wyoming's congressional delegation as yet another example of government overreach that fails to reflect the interests of rural Westerners and the region's backbone industries such as energy and livestock.
What it actually currently does is it allows the government to close off hundreds of thousands of acres of public lands under Interior's control to oil and gas, coal, grazing, and even recreational uses, along with timber harvesting. So it basically cuts out all uses of land in order to restore the landscape. Wyoming's lawmakers saw this as just another example of overreach from Washington, people not knowing about these industries and about cattle and livestock raising generally.
In the wake of Interior Secretary Doug Burgum's announcement, the next step is a 60-day comment period on the proposed repeal. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, Homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
After hearing hours of testimony overwhelmingly in favor of protecting the path of the pronghorn antelope migration route, the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission on Wednesday voted to recognize it as a designated migration corridor. The path of the pronghorn is a network of migratory routes that thousands of antelope trek every spring and fall as they move between summer and winter ranges. However, Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the authority to designate the path of the pronghorn as a protected migratory route doesn't rest with the commission, but instead with Governor Mark Gordon.
It's a significant chunk of land and really important for tens of thousands of antelope as they move back and forth. And the testimony before the Game and Fish Commission was overwhelmingly in favor of going ahead with that designation, Wyoming recognizing it as a protected migration corridor. Now, this is just a first step. The commission doesn't have the authority to officially make that designation. That falls on the governor.
The next step will most likely be for Governor Gordon to appoint a working group to delve into the details of a possible designation. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Thursday. Thursday means it's time to rodeo. It's always time to rodeo, but a rodeo reminder this weekend. Cody. I think there's still rodeoing up in Cody. I mean, it's September. Rodeo season's starting to wind down a little bit, but until I'm told to stop reading this, I'll keep reading it. You're looking for a real Wild West adventure? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919, the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. When the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night. It's Bulls, Bronx, big time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition, because in in Cody, rodeo is not just an event, it's a way of life. They know a thing or two about rodeo in Cody. You ever been to the Cody rodeo, Renee? You must have.
I think I went once, actually. Click Thompson was in town and doing some kind of workshop on taking rodeo pictures, so I followed him around to do a story about him. He got his start at the Cody rodeo.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I figured somebody as well-traveled as you had probably been up there for that rodeo. Today, we're remembering 9/11, and I've asked everybody, like, their memories. Where were you? What were you doing? What were your first impressions? I mean, you and I were around then, so a new generation has no idea, but what was it like? Take me to Renee Jean, September 11th, 2001.
Well, so I was a reporter, just like I am now.
Okay.
I've been in the news business for more than 30 years now. And I was sitting at my desk editing a story. I was the assistant managing editor at the time. And all of a sudden, just somebody came running back, and they're attacking the World Trade Center. And so we turned on the television and we started watching. And so I saw people jumping out of the building, burning building, trying to escape the fire. It was a very sad day. But of course, there wasn't a lot of time to think about that, because we were making calls, getting local reactions, looking for people who either were there on the scene, could bring us kind of an eyewitness. Here's what's going on. We talked to schools about, a lot of the schools' social studies classes were tuning in and talking about what was happening. So yeah, that's what I remember about that.
Yeah, you barely had time to sort of personally digest what is happening. You had to turn it right away to news. Like, I'm in the news business. This is news, but
yeah,
incredible news.
We all went to work and had just a ton of local stories about this is back when you had newsrooms with, we had probably 12 people in the editorial department at that time, which was a lot for a small town. About half of that was sports folks, but if we needed them, they could always be repurposed to help out with other things. But so it was a team effort, and I think the coverage was really, really great. You can't see it anymore because in this new digital age, they've decided not to keep all the old digital articles at the site anymore, so you can't even get to any of that stuff anymore.
Where was that? Where were you?
Park Hills, Missouri.
Okay.
And that stuff was up online until, like, I think the last maybe 5 to 10 years. You could have still gone and looked at that, but they took it down. So all that work that I did there is no longer, I can't get to it.
Well, it did happen, and it was part of what is the fabric of our memory of that date, that horrific time. Let me ask you, in 2001, we, as Jimmy pointed out, we had Jimmy Orr on earlier. We had technology, but not like today. Not like where instant news, it's on your phone, like it's in your hand, instant news. Sometimes you had to find out news like that by you learn the gravity of news by, you're on TV or radio and you're like, oh, there's a plane crashing in a World Trade. And then you would turn the channel or go to another state, and it was the same thing. Like, more, you really got a sense of this is huge because it was on every channel. Wherever you went, that was the news. Did anybody, the first calls you make when you were looking for reaction to the event, did anybody not know of it? Did you come across anybody who's like, what do you mean we're under attack? What do you mean 9/11?
I'm sure that some of the reporters probably did. That wasn't my role at that time. I was more doing the coordinating and editing on stories.
Yeah.
So I wasn't making as many phone calls like that. I didn't personally run into anybody who didn't know. Everyone was tuned in pretty much to what was going on. Like you say, it was everywhere. It was on every television station. It was brutal to watch because people are jumping out of a building knowing that they're going to die. They're jumping out of a building because they don't want to be burned alive. I mean, that was horrific to watch.
Yeah, that is hard to take. So, I mean, what do you think? 30 years in the business, and what do you think is news media's role now for a generation? You know, there's 22-year-olds who were not alive then, and they know it from newsreels. They know it from going back and reading old articles, although not from the Missouri paper. I guess those are no longer on there, but that's how they learn it. You know, the same way maybe you and I learned Pearl Harbor. We like, oh yeah, that was really bad. They've done movies about it. What should news be doing? Should we be talking about it today? Should Jimmy Orr be running his column again today about 9/11? Do we have a responsibility to make sure the memories remain and teach up a new generation about what it was like to have it happen in real time, the nation under attack?
Well, I think the little saying that comes to my mind, Jake, is those who don't learn the lessons of the past are doomed to repeat them. So, you know, things I have noticed in this 30 plus year career that there is a cycle. Things tend to from swings, you know. When I started in the news business, they were starting to turn against the idea of Pell Grants and things for people in prison to try to reduce the recidivism rate, try to keep people from coming back to prison. Then the pendulum swung the other way and then swung back again. I mean, I've watched that go 3 different directions now instead of ever landing somewhere in the middle where, you know, you're doing a little of that for the ones who just need a hand up. So I think it is necessary for society to kind of analyze itself and look at what's going on and figure out what would be the middle road so we're not always doing the
yeah obviously. And
I don't know. You can't make people read stories, and the way things work online these days, if they don't click on the link, they're not going to see what you wrote. So
when you get of an age, like at least me, and you're getting there, Renee, that yes, you've seen a lot of things, and some event like yesterday, Charlie Kirk being shot, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. There's a generation that says Martin Luther King, same thing. I lived through it, and here we go again. Yeah.
The partisan divisions, I don't know what we do to heal the country, but we have a lot of shared common interests. We might disagree about the approach, but I don't think there's anybody out there who's cheering on the shooting, the assassinations of political figures just because we had a difference of opinion. I think that's pretty universally condemned. But we just need to figure out how we can come together and work on our common ground rather than inflaming those tensions. We need to, I don't know, we're all in the same boat. We need to focus on plugging the holes instead of pointing fingers and who's to blame for that hole.
And when your solution to a message you don't agree with is racking around into a high-powered rifle, that's something that a great majority of us can at least agree on that. That's not the solution. That's not the way we argue or dialogue in the United States. That is just bad news. Renee, where are you in the world? Where are you in Wyoming? And what are you working on next?
I am here in Sheridan. I'm going to do some work on some stories up here, visiting the WYO Theater today.
Yeah.
And tomorrow I'm going to sit in on the Hole in the Wall documentary.
Oh, no way. I talked to that filmmaker. That sounds so cool. Are you going to get a sneak preview? Like he said we're not allowed to see it because it's going to the film festivals. The trailer looks awesome.
Yes, this is the super secret sneak preview.
Yes. Only you, Renee. Well, that's cool. I can't wait to see that. That looks really neat.
Yeah, I got an invitation, so I was like, okay, I'm going to see if we can do that.
Wow. Well, lucky you. Cool. Well, have a great weekend. Enjoy that in Sheridan. Have fun.
All right. See you later.
Renee Jean, she's going to go screen that new Hole in the Wall documentary. We were just talking about that yesterday. That's pretty cool. Let's take a break. We'll be back with Ask Abby.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Thursday. Abby joins us. It's time for Ask Abby, or maybe Ask Jake. I don't know. We may flip-flop it around.
Might have the tables the turned tables.
Uh-oh. Well, we'll see how we're going to progress.
I got all the
questions. I'm ready. I'm asking you today.
Okay, for reals. Because honestly, if there was ever a morning I needed it, it's today. I just been so jammed. I got up at 3 a.m. to prep for this show because it's 9/11. It's Charlie Kirk. And there's just so much going on. I'm not ready for you, Abby. I'm so sorry, but you're ready for me.
Okay, I'm ready for you. I come prepared.
Woo! I totally need that. Now, before we do that, though, I do want to ask you, I'm asking everybody. Now, you are going to bring a unique perspective because you weren't even born when 9/11 happened. So I've been asking everybody.
Jake,
I
was in high school.
No, you weren't. You were not even born.
I was at Rock Springs High School when it happened.
Impossible.
And there was like one TV in the school. And it was in our like speech and debate. I remember it was in like our speech and debate. Or there may have been more than one TV, but it was in our speech and debate teacher's room.
So, like, you're in Rock Springs, so there's a buzz going around. People are like, oh, you got to come and look at this TV.
Yeah, because it was right when we were like, people were getting to school. And I kind of just remember it being like a weird day because people were sort of like huddled in different, the normal happenings weren't happening. You know, people were like huddled in different places and there were more teachers in the hallways. And that's kind of what I remember.
Yeah. It was anything but routine. It was totally different. For Wyoming, it happened early in the morning. So this would have been like your General Assembly. This would have been early in the school day.
Yeah, it was like before classes started.
Yeah. And did you even have school? Like, how could you even do school after that? What happened after? Like,
well, as I've shown, Jake, I don't remember a lot of high school.
Me neither.
I think we did stay in school. I don't really remember. I don't remember getting to leave. So I'm pretty sure we stayed. So
yeah. But I'm pretty sure, from the teachers on down, there was not a lot of motivation to have a normal day. That was just a crazy day. So you're a tiger.
Yeah, I'm a tiger. Yep.
Go Rock Springs. Okay.
Yeah. So.
All right. So I'm not even going to get if you're going to ask me trivia, I won't even prepare the buzzer. It's not going to be necessary.
Yeah, I'm the buzzer today.
Oh. Me. You can't.
Okay.
There's no way you're going to stump me. Come on. Unless
I'm getting my pen ready because I'm going to mark every time you get an answer wrong. It's going to be tallying.
You're not tallying. You won't be using much ink. As long as it doesn't refer to boy bands, I'm ready.
Well, and you have to do well because you are a seasoned DJ. So, without further ado, question 1. The Big Lebowski, one of the greatest movies of our time. The dude cannot stand which band in the movie?
I have not seen the movie. I know the dude. It's about bowling, right?
The Big Lebowski?
Isn't it about bowling?
Oh, Jake.
Oh, come on.
It's about a lot of things.
It's
about a lot of things.
There's bowling in it, though.
If you haven't seen it, then I can't expect you to know. So I'll give you a hint because you always graciously give me hints. Hotel California.
Eagles. He hates the Eagles?
He hates the Eagles.
Really? Why?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember that part.
The dude, I've never seen it, but it is about bowling, is it not? Or is it way more zen than that?
It's way more zen.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. We all think that Phil Collins was the leader of what band?
Genesis.
Yes. Who was the original lead singer of Genesis?
Ooh. Rick.
No.
I'll do a buzzer for you. Just give me the sign. Give me a thumbs down to mean buzzer. Wait. Oh, that's my police report.
Oh,
Okay.
perfect.
So, why don't the original lead singer of Genesis, Phil Collins was drumming, but then he would also sing. Maybe for a while they didn't realize he could sing, and they had another singer, and that was the dude from ELO. I don't know. Is there somebody famous?
Yeah, because he sang, remember it was a Sledgehammer?
Oh, Peter Gabriel.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Magic wand. Insert magic wand.
I didn't know that. Well, that's revealing. Okay.
Okay, are you ready for the next one?
I'm ready.
Before Miley Cyrus recorded Wrecking Ball, who did they offer that song to?
Ooh. That sounds like a Britney Spears thing.
I think Britney Spears was
the original Wrecking Ball.
Distracted. Yeah, the original Wrecking Ball. No.
But she's of the Wrecking Ball type of like, what are you doing to your career, girl?
Yes, we need to pray for Britney. Wow.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll give you a hint. She used to be in a girl band called Destiny's Child.
Oh, Beyonce.
Yeah. She could have been the Wrecking Ball.
I didn't know that. Did she flat out turn it down and say, this sounds more like Miley?
Miley.
Or there's no way Beyonce wanted to be riding a wrecking ball wearing almost nothing.
True.
Or does she? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you could ride a wrecking ball.
Oh, I could rock that Miley Cyrus video.
Yeah.
In my diaper. She was wearing like underpants and no little else. They look like diapers, did they not?
Do you have to wear diapers because you're on this air too long and you don't have enough bathroom breaks?
That's a buzzer for you, Abby. Do not infuriate the host.
Okay.
Although I do have no time for a bathroom break. Good point.
Yeah. Well, this is a safe place. Okay, give me Freddie Mercury's real name.
Whoa, Freddie Mercury's not his. Well, Mercury. I have no idea. Wow.
Farouk Bulsara.
Really? What nationality
Did you
is
not
he?
watch the movie? Did you not watch Bohemian Rhapsody?
No.
Oh, well, it's a really good movie.
Is it? Now, they had a scene in there where they were all together discussing with their record label, right? They wanted to make Bohemian Rhapsody like a 8-minute song, and did the record producer go, no, that's never going to work. Is that a scene in it?
Maybe. I don't know. I only saw it once and it was good. I liked it, but I don't remember all those details.
Do you remember what you had to eat like 2 days ago?
No.
Your memory, Abby. I'm worried.
It's going to be fun when we have dementia with Abby instead of Ask Abby.
Total. That's why I can just keep asking you the same trivia questions week after week, and it's still fun. So wait, what's Freddie's real name is what? It's
Farouk, I think. Bulsara.
Okay.
Farrokh.
Yeah.
Ulsara.
Okay. He's like Albanian or something. What is he?
What was? Yeah, he was from somewhere Middle Eastern. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
I didn't.
Moving
know
on.
Yeah.
You should get this right, Jake, because
I will.
You play a lot of her songs at weddings. I'm sure of it.
Rihanna.
No. Riri. No.
Sabrina Carpenter.
What singer has had a Billboard #1 hit in each of the last 4 decades? 4 decades. So she's not a spring chicken here.
Yeah.
And I gave you a hint because I said she.
Yeah, that helps. All right. She's been around. She keeps doing it. Lady Gaga's not old enough. Rihanna's not even old enough.
No.
Cher would be, but she doesn't have the hits outside of Believe. I don't know.
Who was popular in the 90s? There was like Paula Abdul, Madonna.
And
come on, Jake, you know this.
Whitney Houston? No.
Yeah, but you're close. You're getting warmer. She had curly hair. There was a video of her
Janet
roller
Jackson.
skating.
No.
Oh, no. Close. You're getting warmer.
Oh.
She was roller skating.
Give me a song. Do you know any?
Do-do-do. Oh. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do.
What? That sounds like people. That's drunk people come up to my booth and go, "Can you play that song?" Did-do-doop, did-do-doop. And I'm like, I have no idea.
I know there's people listening just shouting the answer.
Probably.
She married. Oh, who'd she marry? Oh, she kind of has Tina Turner vibes. She hits the high note. Everyone hears her at Christmas.
Oh, Mariah Carey. Dang it. Wait a minute. Boy, I guess she, and I interviewed her back in the day.
Did?
Yeah, when I lived in New York City, I was a music journalist. I interviewed Mariah Carey. Her very first song when she was dating Tommy, I've talked about Tommy Mottola.
Oh, you should have gotten that then. I'm disappointed in you.
I know.
You actually met her.
Met her.
Who was the first American Idol?
Kelly Clarkson.
Oh, bing, 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 bing.
Where has she been lately?
You're doing really great.
Not
Jake.
really.
Let's see. Okay, those were my top favorites right there. Who was the first woman ever inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Tina Turner.
Nope.
Ooh. Oh, maybe somebody, Joan Jett.
Nope.
Give myself some buzzers.
R-E-S-P-C-T.
Wait, that's Tina Turner, is it?
Jake.
R-E-S-P.
No.
Oh no, that's Miley Cyrus. I play Respect all the time. That's they drag her out of mothballs in the Soul Brothers movie. Dang. You know,
Jake.
Can I Google it? Can I call a friend?
No, and apparently Greg isn't sending you answers.
Yeah, Greg, thanks. Yeah, Respect is Aria Tina Turner. I stand by that. Magic wand.
Aretha Franklin, Jake.
Aretha Franklin. Yeah. Duh.
We just lost so many listeners because of you.
No.
Okay, are you ready for another one?
Yeah, people like it when you don't know the answers because they're shouting the answers into their radio like they do for you, Abby. Okay, I'm ready for another one.
Okay. Let's see. Who is the only country artist to have a top 20 hit in the Billboard Hot Country Songs for 6 straight decades? Country artist over 60.
George Strait.
Female.
It's probably too old for Shania. 6 decades. Female country artist.
Yes.
Do you like that Ella Langley? She's so good.
She is good. I do like Ella
I
Langley.
love her.
Are you Googling?
I was looking up Ella Langley to make sure I'm spelling it. No, I promise I won't Google. 6 decades of female artists, but
she's still alive. She recently performed at a Super Bowl.
I mean, the greats are all dead. Loretta Lynn.
No, there's still one.
Tammy
There's still one,
Wynette.
Jake.
She can't be that old. Oh, Dolly Parton.
Yes,
All right.
Magic Wand.
Dang. Yeah, Dolly.
I thought you were going to let me down on that one.
You didn't do, you had to give me a hint like with the hair or the boobs. You had to give me one of these. Like,
that's too easy. That would have been too easy.
Too easy.
I gave you a hint with the Super Bowl. Okay,
Yeah,
Stevie Ray Vaughan. You know Stevie Ray Vaughan.
I love
What was his guitar's name?
Chuck Berry's was Lucille. Not Chuck Berry. Whose was Lucille?
Oh, that was the BB King.
Yeah, BB King's Lucille, who I saw. BB King's so good. Stevie Ray Vaughan, who I have also met, by the way. When I was in college, I met him. And speaking of Big Lebowski, I bowled with Stevie Ray Vaughan and his bass player. We bowled because it was before his show at the college, and I helped book him to the college because that's what I was doing then in college. And he was waiting to go on. It was like an hour before his professor. And he found out we had a bowling alley in the basement, and we went and bowled. Me, Stevie Ray, and his bass player bowling before his show.
Dude, that's pretty legendary. That is pretty legendary stuff right there.
I had a dude moment with Stevie Ray. He's the greatest. What was his guitar's name? Lucille.
No, that was BB King.
I know, but I thought maybe he named it after BB King's guitar.
Okay, do you want a hint?
Yeah.
Okay, our beloved chief editor, if he had a nickname, what would one of his nicknames be?
Tyrant? Stevie Ray Vaughan named his guitar Tyrant. That doesn't sound right. Bully? Slave driver? Some of these have to be right.
You are failing. No. Based off of his name, not his drive for number one.
Right. Based on the fact that he's the hammer, we're all the nails.
Yeah.
Okay.
His name is
Jimmy, James,
Jimbo.
Jimbo was the name. I thought Jimbo was the name of his bass player, actually. Now that I think about it.
I don't know.
Let's look that up.
It's what the interwebs said.
Yeah, Jimbo. I did not know that, but I do know some, crazy, weird Stevie Ray trivia. Like, I bowled with him. I know he gets the great sound out of his guitar. He got that great sound, that Stevie Ray Vaughan sound, by poking holes in his amplifier, in his speaker. You know, the guitar, they play out of an amp.
Oh, wow.
He had that great, he had an old-fashioned tube amp, and he would actually poke pinholes in his speaker to give it a rattle, give it a real gritty sound. Yeah, he was good. Where were you when you heard about Stevie Ray Vaughan's death? You weren't alive then either.
When did he die?
It was August, I think, and it was quite a while ago. But I was on a plane getting ready to fly somewhere, and I was all freaked out because I heard he died on a helicopter, I think. But I'll never forget. It was freaky. All right, I'm not doing too good.
It's okay. I got another one. This is kind of like a history. This is the question I think you would ask me.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to travel down to Nashville.
I'm there.
Okay. That's your one. That's your first clue. What iconic Nashville club does Garth Brooks call the beginning and the Mecca and the end?
It's on Printers Row there.
I don't know where it is.
It's what's his name's place is on the corner. It's got to be
our beloved Ian Munsick played there.
Oh,
it's the small venue.
It's not the Bluebird Cafe where everybody gets their
Magic Wand.
Oops. Oh, I didn't. Okay, that's not what I was thinking of. I was thinking of something. Yeah, Bluebird Cafe is where everybody is discovered. That's where you go to be discovered.
The Mecca.
Oh, I didn't know, Garth. Okay.
And that's what he says.
Okay.
Since you were talking about Tina Turner.
Yeah.
Though made most famous by Ike and Tina, Proud Mary was first recorded by who?
Yeah. Rolling Stones.
No.
Proud Mary. I don't know. I forget, but I should know this. Because I think I even prefer this version to Ike and Tina's.
Sometimes their band name is like what am I trying to say? An acronym? It's just letters instead of the full name.
KC and the Sunshine Band. No.
No.
ELO. BTO.
No. They had John and Tom Fogerty.
Oh, CCR. Really? That's a Creedence song? Okay.
Yeah, they originally recorded it.
Maybe I didn't know that. Darn. Boy, these are good ones that I should know, but you are stumping me. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. We're almost out of time.
Okay. We're out of time. Do you want one for the road?
Yeah, one more for the road. One more for the road.
Okay, this is some gangsta stuff here.
Yeah, I can do that.
Who are the original members of NWA?
Yeah. Ice Cube.
One.
That's all I know. Who else was in that?
No, you know another.
I do?
You know, Cruising Down the Street in My 6'4". Who sang that one? Can't sing it all. Can't sing it all.
That's the only nice words you can sing in it, right? Oh.
Yeah.
Do it again.
Cruising down the street in my 6'4".
Oh, I know this. It's right on the tip of my Uzi. Yeah, all gangster.
Okay, the other one that you should know. So there's three you should know.
Yeah.
Ice Cube, and then who the Chronic album was written by?
They're all
Dr.
Dre,
and then Eazy-E.
Eazy-E, I didn't know that.
And then DJ Yella and MC Ren.
What? That was an iconic group.
Yeah.
NWA. Those are all important hip hop gangster artists. NWA.
Yeah, the original members. So, we covered a lot of territory. We covered a lot of ground.
I saw Ice Cube in New York, and there was a ton of cops there because they were afraid what might go down.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah, he was not a big.
The boys in the hood are always hard,
On that note, advice from Abby: boys in the hood be hard. Yeah, Abby. Have a great weekend.
Hey, bye.
Bye. Ask Gabby's segment. We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show after this.
Wyoming is
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show, wrapping things up here as we head for the finish line on September 11th. We've been remembering 9/11 today. We've been talking about the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination yesterday. I mean, talk about a busy news day, busy news morning. This is it. A lot going on, a lot of special guests. Just still trying to understand what the Charlie Kirk shooting is all about. Still news trickling in. The latest we know on it. Still looking for the shooter. We have found recovered a weapon believed to be involved. The bolt action high-powered rifle. I think we kind of knew that's where that was going. The shot was taken reportedly from 200 yards away, rooftop, so you know it's going to be some kind of sniper rifle, some kind of high-powered rifle with somebody presumably fairly skilled at shooting. You know, it's not your average shot being able to take that shot from that far away. This is somebody with a background. This is somebody with some skill set in shooting a long gun like this. So the firearm has reportedly been recovered. The FBI said they found it in the woods nearby. And now the FBI also reporting they have footage of the shooting suspect, described as a college-aged male who, quote, blended in well. So of all the people that were at the event yesterday at UVU, they were most of them, great majority of them, of college age, if not actual college students. So if this is your shooting suspect, he could have walked right through the crowd and you may not recognize him. But if the FBI has video footage, that's a good sign for me, because in today's day and age, if you got video of somebody, you are more than halfway there to making an identification. You got face recognition, facial recognition. You got the internet at some point. If the FBI is stonewalled at some point and absolutely cannot figure out the ID of this guy, just put it on the interwebs. I mean, Facebook, social media, we'll find out who this is, right? I'm also reading other news. Shouting breaks out in the House after a silent prayer for Charlie Kirk. I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to learn more about this in the days that come. Yeah, the House had a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk and then shouting breaking out. Wait a minute. Johnson is calling out the House will be in order. Yeah, we're all hoping at the very least Charlie Kirk's life was not lived in vain. At the very least, his message will resonate after his death, and this event will just turn the country around in what has been divisiveness. I mean, we know that. We know the direction we're heading, and it's not good. We can't dialogue when we disagree anymore. You can blame the internet for that or whatever, but the art of dialoguing, the art that Charlie Kirk was good at and bringing back, the art of talking out your problems and debating, he was bringing it back, because we've long forgotten that. And your problems are not solved with firearms. Charlie's message has not been silenced, but amplified. That's the hope. Christy writes on Cowboy State Daily's Facebook comment section regarding a posting about Charlie Kirk's shooting. Christy said they took his breath, but not his voice. So true. So true. We can only hope that Charlie Kirk's message, which was getting across college by college, campus by campus, Charlie Kirk's message, which was not hate speech. And that MSNBC Dowd was fired over calling it hate speech. He got fired. It was a message. Conservative activist, conservative influencer, whatever you want to say Charlie Kirk was, he was bringing a conservative viewpoint to young minds, college-age minds, reaching them in a way that no white-haired, middle-aged Republican could do. And he was winning hearts and minds slowly, campus by campus. This event yesterday will only accelerate that. Instead of the next event that he's going to speak at, now all of a sudden this is the biggest news. And maybe his message finally gets heard now. I'm not sure what's going on in the House about it being disrupted. Moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. Shouting broke out on the House floor after Speaker Mike Johnson held a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk. The moment of silence, Johnson recognized Representative Lauren Boebert of Colorado. Boebert said, "I believe silent prayers get silent results. Is there someone who could lead us in a moment of prayer out loud for Charlie and the family?" And groans of no broke out when Boebert said this. So the House not interested in praying for Kirk? A moment of silence, maybe, but prayers? No, said the House. A groaning happened, and then, and then things kind of broke down. Things are kind of breaking down in America. Similar to the way we all broke down after 9/11. We're remembering that today. And the double whammy of the day after Charlie Kirk is shot dead, bringing shades of the message of Dr. King. Yeah, it's just weird. Just weird. We had some great guests on today and got some great insight into things. Sean Duffy was awesome. Talk about Charlie Kirk, and he knew him really well, so personally, a mentor to Charlie. Sean Duffy was on earlier. It's been Jimmy Orr was on to describe 9/11 from the viewpoint as somebody who was working in the machine at the time, working in the White House for GW during the time. So, yeah, we've had like first-hand accounts, first-hand people who remember 9/11 and remember Charlie Kirk. It's been a great show, good show, and a little heavy, a little on the somber side, but an important show here on the Cowboy State Daily Show. That's what we're trying to do, just bring you to you, bring America to you. That's going to do it for us as we're out of time. Y'all have a great Thursday. See you tomorrow, same time.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.